Hello, Matt. Hello, sunset. Interesting. I'm just looking at the metrics page for some reason, and the it has how much watch hours had for like all the time I've streamed, or at least since they've been recording it, which might not be all the time. And apparently it's 81.14 thousand, which I did the math, adds up to just about 9 years and 3 months, which means I think what I've been streaming now for 12 years. So it's as if one person had been watching continuously nonstop for 2/3 of that, which is kind of a lot considering I only stream a couple hours a week. Just the most people I've ever had on watching on stream at one time is 175, which I think was when I did the Monster Hunter stream and I used the Rathalos Twitter for a boost. But I think that one also failed because my computer couldn't keep up with it and I had to reschedule, which was amazing. Oh. There's an award if I can get to 250 million watch hours. How much does that add up to? 250 million watch hours. That's 10,416 days divided by, let's just say 365. So that's 28,500 years of watch time. Yeah, I don't think I'm getting there. I think if I keep streaming until forever. An ad email. So one of the theaters in our area is doing Phantom of the Opera in November. So, and a different thing in November too. So we have two different shows we're going to, and that place emails me saying, hey, we have an upcoming show of something else in August. I don't remember ever accepting to be subscribed to anything. It says unsubscribe to manage preferences. When did I opt in? Because I can tell you for sure, I am anal about never having subscriptions on stuff and checking those boxes. So that means they chose to to email box, and that angers me so much. I like some places have the checkbox. Oh, check this box if you want to get to our thing. Sure. If you want to pre-check it, whatever. Don't just hide it. Like, it makes me hate your business. You're saying is like, oh, we mind your data. That means you're implicitly wanting that email, right? Yeah, I guess. No. I think it actually, okay, I am curious on this. On. Do I still get stuff from no, I don't think I do anymore. Partner proposal from Razer. It says partner proposal from Razer. Hi, we're focused in a compensated partnership. Let's explore if this sounds interesting. Look forward to your reply. That's it. Wow. Okay. Yeah, that's the only spam. No, it was put in the whatever thing. No, the I used to for probably 4 or 5 months after I stopped using Streamlabs, they kept sending me summaries and I kept unsubscribing from them. And it would go, all right, it might take a few days. A month later, I would still have them. And I was like, oh my God. They probably don't get any more because I think I just blocked the account. The amount of times I go to unsubscribe from some email spam place and they go and like have a server error or a million hoops and 1,000 buttons you have to click that are all like just ambiguous, like confusing as to what you're actually doing. Oh my God, I hate that so much. I just block emails. It's like, yeah, I might not receive any emails from you anywhere forward, like even in ones that might be important, but I don't care. You made me not care. I just hate mess. And so to me, getting a bunch of spam in your email inbox is mess, and I don't like it. I think there's only like maybe one. Is it like one place I get ads from, and it's Humble Bundle, and it's only because I at least like seeing what bundles come up. I only subscribe to bundles and nothing but bundles, so I don't get like game emails. And so that one, I think, is the only one I have. Anything else, I immediately go to unsubscribe. Just get me off your damn list. It's the same thing with since we moved into this place, the amount of mail I get from the previous owner, it probably, even though we've been here, 4 years, is the same amount of mail I get from them as I do for myself. So we have 3 people living here, and their other mail takes up half of my mail. I got one of them where one of the people, because being they were a flipper and took cuts and corners made sense. They got a letter in the mail saying their license was revoked because they were found guilty of fraud and something, and had a bunch of details in there and saying that you need to get back to us and whatever. And here's the contact info for the court office. Yeah, I just threw it away. Not my problem. I've gotten so many different things. I could steal their identity at this point with how much details I could get from stuff. It's just so stupid. I could call those places and tell them to stop. But that's time I'm taking away from my day. You should be doing that your damn self. It just annoys me. Anyway, where were we at here? Still no Michael. He'll be back Sunday, probably midstream Sunday. I haven't decided if I want to do still Black Mesa the whole time then, because I feel like that's something he kind of wants to watch, and then he'll be missing out on part of it. But I'll have to check with them probably Sunday. Anyway.
Promise you can. Promise you can. You can.
I feel like I can probably change the timing a little bit on this. She's in this position for nearly half a second. Technically, she probably only needs to be in it for like a half of that. I could probably adjust that to this position so that it just makes more sense. I'll be back Sunday. Like he hasn't already found a portal to Equestria. It's not like the middle of the BFE. He's glamping for sure. Like they're actually staying in a really nice wood cabin with like an indoor pool, like personal indoor pool and some other things. But they've already seen a bear. And I don't know how much time they're going to spend outside because one of the people that are there with them is definitely afraid of bears and then is like, oh God, I don't want to go outside. So we'll see how that goes. Okay, so I kind of want to extend this because it's only about a half a second with that look to be reducing this. So if I do this.
Yeah. You can. You can. Yes, you can.
Maybe this part of it. I do have to move the eyes with it. That's what I made a mistake of. Yeah, that timing feels a little better. Yeah, I like that. I'm also kind of sad. They didn't have Coke Zero, so I had to get Diet Coke with caffeine free. It's not bad, but it's not the same. Feels flatter or something. Okay. Why are the eyes not matched up? Okay. I can probably at least do this blend, but I feel like I still want to get Scoots figured out up to that point first so that I can do like the full launch. And it shouldn't be too bad because I believe no Scoots talking.
I promise you can. You can. I promise you.
Okay, first, there's some follow-up motion to here. It definitely is like
I promise you can. I promise you. I promise.
head only though, so see how this goes. I don't have to worry about any more lip sync with Scoots either. Nope, she just slammed into the ground. Like her eye looks really bad from this angle, but from the front it actually doesn't look too bad. Yeah, it looks fine from this angle. All right, so I'm gonna at least copy this without the root. Looks like it's the same, but still better safe than sorry. What is locked here? I'm gonna keep the hooves locked. And they gotta stay locked here, and they are.
Promise you can.
Okay, so it definitely goes in a position, but I need to like put her head higher here. I want to make sure I maintain that rotate, that like whatever rotation she has there. So let's move it after moving.
I promise you.
Okay, it's very little. It's something though. And I gotta have her actually like staying alive and moving a little bit. Anyways, how is everybody doing? Happy Friday. I hope Fridays were going good. I hope you have a wonderful weekend planned too. It's actually going to be pretty uneventful this weekend. We don't have any friends plans or family plans or anything.
Promise.
Just Sunday stream. That's it. This is going to have a little bit of motion there, but I think blending this first would be probably the best thing to do. Oh, that's probably too quick. Yes.
Can. Can. You can.
A little bit of a delay on that.
Yes, you can.
For a little bit snappier. That should be fine. Oh, I just realized. I don't think I want that. They're moving in sync. That's not good. They both move left and right the same. Technically I could adjust it by swapping the two positions. Yeah, I'm gonna see what it looks like if I swap them. So let's just say this becomes this. And this becomes this. And this becomes this. Oh, it doesn't really look like she's looking to the side very much. It looks like the position difference between these two is pretty minimal. Actually, it looks like there's some lack of something here. Oh, it's probably remnants of other things. That's fine, though. Oh. No, there is a little bit of jank in her leg right here. Looks like she's screaming. That's better. Less jank. I could have it where this, to make it look a little different, does churn a bit more. But her body doesn't really, like, look to shift that way. I think I was going to try to just cheat it on the before, but now I have to actually do something. Okay, that helps with that. Will I need to bend that leg at all? Technically, just a teeny bit. That should be enough. Okay. And now I don't have to turn her head as much. Her eyes should move. Might actually be a little easier for her head coming up this way. Anybody at TrotCon this weekend? I have a feeling if you're there, you're probably not here, but I didn't even realize it was this weekend, but it does make sense. It is July. Okay. That's... I still don't like that they're pretty timed with each other. Wonder if I can move Scootaloo to like here. I don't like that either, though. It gets in the rainbow's face. I could probably just do it then where this pose is just a partial of this one. Just pulls her a little bit more this way. I think that might have been why I had Scoots turn the other way. I can maybe pull her head back a little, but that's kind of anti what a position like this does. And actually, I don't know if it actually solves anything. Because yeah, just makes the head higher. Not at TrackCon, but I will be at Everfree next month. I think I heard you mention that before. Yeah, that should be cool. I've seen them put out a lot of notices for special guests and stuff. I still have to put in my Ciderfest panels. I haven't done that yet. I haven't heard any notice about them closing stuff, so I'm assuming I still have time. What if I have Scootaloo go down to her right position? This is the forward, or this is the forward. Have her go to this, then this, then this. That might work. I had to make a copy of everything. It's her eye that changes. Okay. See if I can blend this without it becoming a problem. A little bit. I can always reflatten it. Okay, so what if I did enter the whole thing? This, nope. So this needs to be put here. Oh, that didn't copy. I made a mistake. Before I do that. Okay. Okay. Now I got it. Yeah, I'm considering doing Everfree next year, but I just have not really done any plans for that. I usually don't like planning cons until like usually December or no January, but that made some cons difficult because I believe BabsCon started closing stuff down sometimes in early January, which is why I really never did BabsCon panels. That's like 4 months out. It was like really early, which if that's what they're going to do, that's fine. Because I technically had plenty of time. It's just, I don't like planning that far ahead. Okay. If I do the middle one with this. Yeah, that feels less like they're going in sync, or they're not going complete opposite and they're not going complete in sync. They're slightly just different. Because before it was either they're both looking right, they're both looking left, or they're both looking the opposite of each other. And I don't like that either. But I don't like this transition between these two. There's not much to it. This one looks like a lot, and then these two don't look like a lot at all. So I think I'm going to turn, where's your head? There it is. Turn the head. Actually, I might turn the neck a bit more here. There we go. And then I don't like how she looks like that. There, that's a little better. Let's try bringing that just 2 down a little. There, that does look a little better. And then I think I might be able to take this forward one. At least just turn the neck a little bit more that way. And it at least helps provide a little bit more motion. Yeah, that's a little better. The body motion is still pretty minimal. I think my main concern here is if you look at the butt between all these positions, her butt basically doesn't move at all. That is going to be noticeable, and I don't like that. So let's fix that. So this position is fine. But switching from that to this, there's nothing. I think what I could do, let's just keep the chest one locked. We'll just change the pelvis. So it rotates, but it's almost unnoticeable. What if I did a rotation and a little bit of a motion like that? Then that would fix this position. It doesn't really make any sense for a motion, though. Feels like a lot of rotating in place, but it feels better. If I change the middle one, technically, then it means at the beginning and end, they're both having to transition, which is nice. Because then it makes both add motion and less amount of work. I think I need to extend that a little, maybe. A teeny bit. Same thing here. Oh, Sunset, if you're still here, I did start watching Farscape. Though I have learned that the order that they ripped in is not the same order that I put them on the server on, so I'm having to kind of sort them. Like episode 2 ended up actually being episode 7. Episode 3 actually ended up being episode 2. So I'm working on making a map of what I have to update. Thankfully, it doesn't seem like there's anything that matters from like order. I thought it was a little confusing that they seemed a little chummy. And then I was like, oh, well, it's episode 7. That kind of makes sense. And then the next one I watched was episode 2 originally. And I'm like, oh, they still feel chummy. Okay. Feels like a stiff body motion. I'm not liking it. It feels like very stiff on its motion. Actually, that feels better. That actually feels exactly what I wanted. It butt moves, but not like weirdly. Because the whole body should be twisting and moving. It was feeling it very stuck. Sorry, you have to go through that much just to watch one of the greatest sci-fis ever. After Howard the Duck, of course. Howard the Duck is horrible. No, it's just annoying because... And right now it's not a problem because whatever, it's just whatever episode comes up. But I just have concerns if something that's pinnacle for a story that hasn't been done yet happens first. And being that it went from episode 1 to episode 7, I can't remember how many episodes were on a disc, but that probably implies there were 7 on a disc, which for a 45-minute series, that actually is pretty dense. But not outside the norm for a DVD. A DVD, I think, can hold 8 gigs on a double dense disc. And a 45 minutes is probably about 800 to 900 megs. So, as long as I don't put any other stuff on there. But that also means then the first and the last episode were next to each other in the disc, but technically opposites. So I think the first 7 should be within the first 7, but then after I get to episode 8, it's probably going to get messed up again. But there's no way to tell. I don't think those episodes have names on them. Like I recently put all Adventure Brothers on our Plex, and the episode at the very end puts a title card that has the name of the episode in it, which is nice. Or Bluey had all the names of the episodes on all of it. So then I don't have to go and watch the whole episode, because otherwise the normal way to do it is TMDB that I use for the database will pull one screenshot from the episode. And so I can look at the screenshot and then try to scrub whatever it is to try to find the equivalent. When watching or getting Friends on there, it just ended up being, I would look for the clothing they're wearing because every episode was different clothing. They never wore the same thing. So just look for them wearing that shirt at some point, and it meant that that episode matched up. It's amazing how big the wardrobe is for sitcom people, especially when they're like all living in New York, like in some crazy penthouse. I think those legs are fine as they are now. I'm gonna leave it. But I am enjoying it so far. I love the puppets. The puppets are so good. I love Pilot and the animation for Pilot. The ship being alive aspect. I like all that. It's it was at least trying to add something new to 90s sci-fi that wasn't just copy paste, or like, was it, what was the one where they went underwater? That was like kind of stupid. I forgot what that one was. I keep wanting to see Andromeda, but I know it's not. But I know, like, I never seen Andromeda in Babylon 5, but Babylon 5 to me just feels like a very copy paste of Star Trek. And I'm going to guess that Andromeda is too, where at least Farscape tried to add something different. Not saying that those ones are bad. I just haven't seen them. I'm not interested because those are just, again, I'm not a big fan of like Star Trek type sci-fi. Should turn her head to, or bottom to try to, because right now you can kind of see the shading here that's built up from like compression of the textures. If I put it to like here, it balances it out a little bit. I'm gonna probably do that. I'm gonna have to bend her head back a little bit more then. Babylon 5 is not a copy of Star Trek. I'm a fan of both, and they are completely different critters. Well, it feels like they're still going off of that. I'm not saying that they're the same in that, like the universe or whatever. It just felt like if you compare it, like Battlestar Galactica and Stargate and stuff, it definitely felt like Babylon 5 was closer to Star Trek by far than any of the others, where the others were kind of going off on their own niche. That one kind of stayed close to the popular. That was kind of what I meant by it. I've been wanting to pick up Babylon 5, but it's hard to find. Like, I got really lucky with Farscape, though technically I found like the whole thing on DVD for like $45, but then I think Amazon had like the whole thing on Blu-ray recently for about the same. So technically I don't think I really saved anything. Yeah, well, the DVD collection, I don't think I have the 25th anniversary version, but that's like oh yeah, that Blu-ray is actually 132. Okay, maybe not. Maybe I lied. Yeah, I lied. Okay, I got a good deal still. I thought I saw a Blu-ray like collection for cheaper. Complete season 1 is 25, but yeah, maybe it's okay. But I don't really care, because if it was on Blu-ray, I know like the original Star Trek, not the original Star Trek, Star Trek Deep Space Nine had of this interesting dilemma where when they went to do future remasters and the film was shot, or the whole series was shot on film. And because it was on film and they had the originals, you can go to a film and get like 8K quality out of it. So they were able to put it on DVD and then into Blu-ray and 4K and have it look perfect. Like it was just filmed. It's great. The film is amazing for that. But all of the 3D effects were recorded on tape. Tape can't be scaled up. If anything, it degrades over time. So it had this problem of you could have this amazing video from all the recorded bits, but then the actual 3D effects were trash. Unless they went back and redid them, which I don't know if they did for any of the future releases, but it's just funny that was such a thing. Recording on film was expensive, but it was future proofing, even if they didn't know it at the time that it was future proofing. If I remember right, it was something about like standard film you can get down to 8K resolution on, which is nuts if you think about the tiny little films. Being able to do that. Babylon 5 has a huge overarching plot line that the showrunner wrote every episode but one for 5 seasons. Oh, okay. Well, that's actually kind of nice, because it does feel like Star Trek never has a plot. Star Trek is just kind of like to go wherever money goes. So that I appreciate more. Like, that's what I liked about Battlestar Galactica. Battlestar Galactica felt like it had a story to tell that had an ending, and they did the ending and then it was done. I liked that. It was appreciated. I very much like series that don't just have a season 2 because the first season made money. But I don't think we'll ever see a series anymore with like more than 4 seasons. It's never going to happen. The streaming platforms want subscribers, and subscribers don't join because season 7 came out of a series when they can just keep making new stuff that is big, flashy, and new. Like Severance is big and popular, but after season 3 or 4, even if they try to draw it out, it's never going to go any further, just because I think Stranger Things is about the only one that I've seen go a little bit more, but that was because it was also like one of the first big ones. So now people have a nostalgia for it, but I don't think it's ever going to happen again. I was actually really surprised that Husband Hotel got approved for seasons 2, 3, and 4. Only reason I can think that they got approved that far ahead is because Amazon's going to be making money on noob subscribers, but that they don't have to put out much for making it. It's probably all paid for by Patreon and YouTube and other things. And that Amazon's putting basically chump change into it to just have it hosted there instead. That's my guess. J. Michael Straczynski, the showrunner, has been shopping around Babylon 5 to studios. Paramount turned it down. Then announced, hey, we're going to do a Star Trek based on a space station. J. Michael Straczynski planned to make Babylon 5 last 5 seasons, and he pulled it off. That's good. I think 5 seasons is probably if you're moderately successful, you can probably convince them to do 5 seasons. If you're not very successful, that still might be kind of tough. That's why like Stargate went 10 seasons, did a spinoff that went 5 seasons, and then a third spinoff that was trash. That went 2 seasons. But Stargate, I felt, did go a little long. I think that I would have enjoyed Stargate more if they would have ended Stargate SG-1 after like 6 seasons and instead just like did more spinoffs. They did Andromeda, not Andromeda, Atlantis. But if they did other spinoffs based on it instead of just trying to drag out SG-1. Because Atlantis was great. I loved Atlantis. Stargate SG-1 was about like starting with nothing and getting future tech, and then Stargate Atlantis was we have all the future tech, but we don't know how it works. And I liked it was kind of a completely opposite side of things. And then Stargate Universe just tried to be Battlestar Galactica or something, and it was bad. It was so bad. I think I got through 4 episodes before I didn't care anymore. Trying to adjust this a little bit here. Put that over just a little bit. Now, if I do this, Rainbow puts it here. If I were to do a blend, it would be blending like here. Basically, she would just be ending in that position before when she would look over. That's not what I want to do. Well, you're still making these. That's awesome. I've never stopped. One of the more popular comments on YouTube when I put a video out is, "You're not dead?" Or "You're back." I never left. It just takes a while. I'm constantly making things. Now, maybe I don't put as much dedicated time into it, but I'm still putting in 10, 12 hours a week. Well, maybe not 10, 7 to 10 hours a week into to animating stuff. So, and have been for over a decade. I'm working on anthology stuff right now. Just doing some blends. Got mostly shots done. Andromeda is created from some old notes by Gene Roddenberry, the creator of Star Trek. The show never really could find a stable style. Yeah, I don't think that one is very popular. What was the one that was underwater though? Sequest. That one I remember my parents watching a bit, but that was only because they watched anything that was on television at night, because that was every night. was sit down, watch television, eat chips and salsa or something. Like, they loved their evening television. First season was sci-fi, then it started flip-flopping. Interesting. Thank you for the follow, Winnow. Thank you very much. Well, it was probably trend chasing. Like YouTubers that go to Five Nights at Freddy's and then to whatever that one pixel game with the skeleton guy is, like people jumping around fandoms. They're just jumping to whatever's popular. Sequence, yes, first season was freaking awesome. Second season sucked due to a majority of cut budget and new showrunner. That I love when studios are like, wow, you did great, but we're gonna change things. Okay, well then it's not gonna be as good. Well, no, you have all that popularity, it should be fine. No, it's like finding a big plump cow or something, and you're like, wow, there's all that meat there, and then like when the cow's gone, you're like, well, where's the rest of it? Like, you ate it all, it's gone. You can't make second cow anymore because you killed the first cow. I was gonna make it like a vampire thing, but then I said cow and I didn't know how to recover it, so I'm just eating the cow.
You can.
I'm not quite liking how Scoots kind of looks here. She looks a little bit like tight. She looks fine. This is a okay position. It's just feels a little, I think that specific angle looks weird. Fad chasers, fandom hoppers, bandwagon jumpers, trogs. That's a lot of names for those. Yeah. If you want to be popular, that's great. But I feel like you're going to get a weird mix of audience, and I don't know if I'd like that. Like right now, if I put a horse thing on YouTube, it'll be like my like dislike ratio tends to be about 99 to 99.5%. It's almost always super high. That's because I really only make the same kind of thing. But if I were to start making like an equivalent amount of Monster Hunter stuff, I bet you that percentage would go down because you start bringing in people that don't want whatever the other thing is. And so if you fandom hop, you have to like stick with that fandom for a while. But then when you jump, some people will stick around, but I don't know. I also think that's just splitting your time. I don't have enough time to do all the horse stuff. Or at least I don't put the time in, but I'm an adult. I got other things to do. I play video games and go to shows and stuff. We went to the Weird Al thing, like that'd be probably about a month ago at this point. But we don't have any other shows I think scheduled to go to for 4 months. Then we have 2 in a 2-week period. Going to the Final Fantasy concert, and then there's the Phantom of the Opera. Trogs are the ones I detest the most. Bandwagon, what? You just now you're distinguishing these bandwagon jumpers who jump on, don't jump off, stick around, and are nasty little trolls to the remaining fans. Yeah. Early horse fandom, there was a lot of bandwagon jumpers that showed up at like meetups and stuff, and they were horrible people. I've mentioned before about like the one guy that we're sitting outside of Legoland. So we're at the Mall of America, and they have like a build area for the kids outside that's just free to play with. And that's where we'd originally start meeting up for the first hour for the group. And there would be like 30 people that would show up. And there's just one guy that was just kind of young and kind of gothish, but in kind of like he was trying to be social, but didn't really know how to be. And he was being an ass. and he was talking about the music that all the music that he makes and the YouTube that he runs. And at that point, I didn't tell anybody that I have this YouTube channel thing. Nobody from the local group knew that for over a year. And he started talking about like things he was doing to chicks, and he was being super explicit. And like 4 feet behind us is like a 3-year-old or something that's over there sitting in a chair, and another 6-year-old that's playing with Legos. And I'm like, dude, look around. And he's like, what? He goes, I don't care. I do. Like, I don't care if you care. They care. Be a human being. It was, he didn't stay long. Thank God. But there's a lot of those type of people early fandom. I'd probably say up until like 2016. Once things started showing the signs of no longer having exponential rise, a lot of those people jumped. It wasn't cool anymore. Or I don't even think it was about being cool. I think it was the fact it was different. Is they wanted people to say, like, why would you like that? Because they wanted the confrontation. They wanted to have people think that they're being weird and different. And they weren't there because they enjoyed it. The conversations said it all. They didn't go there to those meetups and like talk about the show or what the new episode was. They just talked about other stuff. They weren't there for it at all. Though we did have somebody at the meetup came by once, and he says, when are we going to talk about ponies? Like, we know each other for a very long time. We talk about a lot of nerd stuff. Horses come up, but we don't just like sit there and like, this isn't like sitting down with Jehovah's Witness and starting like opening up the horse Bible and you bring up Twilight Sparkle. Like, no, it's, we just talk, we all have similar interests, and that's what ended up getting everybody together. Bronies do kind of have a type. Generally are social outcasts that have a focus on nerd culture. I just thought the memes were funny. No, I'm not going to say I'm like the greatest in social situations. I'm pretty socially inept. Okay. So you're definitely going to have her eyes closed here. Should work. Her eyes are a little off on that. Okay, so need to have her I don't want to have her dip too much. How do I want to transition this? I don't think I really need to have her do any dips. I do want to have her do a little bit of like bounce back. Oh my god. Hello, Big Derp. There's still no Michael. I'll be back Sunday. And hello, Scoop. Okay, that kind of works as a nice little bounce. That smooths it out too much. Yeah, smooth it out more like here. Oh, maybe a little bit more. Okay. I want her head to be delayed. Yeah, that's fine. That's a decent motion. Then I have to have her head have a little bit of a follow through here. This one is good. Okay, for having to be long. Okay, and then oh, that's Rainbow Dash. Let's have her eyes follow through here too. Okay. A little to the right. And a little down. There's a little bit of white at the beginning there still. So Sunset, I mean, this goes to anybody too. What do you think is the greatest sci-fi show ever created? Like we're going like, yeah, any television, anything. And it doesn't have, well, I would say preferencing space. Star Trek The Next Generation. A very common answer, but usually if it's a common answer, it's because there's a reason. I still haven't seen all of it. I do want to go watch all of it. But it's like, I think it's like $125 right now to buy the full season set, which I'm just waiting for it to, like, if I can find it on sale for like 110, I'll probably pick it up. That doesn't sound like very much difference, but if you're buying lots and lots and lots of different seasons of content, that adds up. So I'm just waiting for like a decent sale. I want to get X-Files as well, but it's about the same. It's about 125 for the whole season.
Yeah. I promise you can. Promise you can.
Okay, so I do need to make sure Scoots is still moving for all this. But all only positions I have here are here and here, which I don't think is what I really want to have her moving in. This is for cheating. Like if you just do I might play it in the wrong spot. And actually, it doesn't matter because I should do that first. Make it so it doesn't flatten things out. I remember I never really seen Star Trek Next Generation. I've seen, I think, First Contact, the movie, but it was so long ago. But I know that one's really good. I saw a lot of Voyager though, because when I was growing up, that was one of those television shows my parents watched in the evening, was Star Trek Voyager. I think I watched a little bit of Enterprise when that came out, but I just couldn't get into it as much. Though to my parents, it was like, that's the guy from Quantum Leap. But yeah, that I didn't think they got into that one nearly as much.
Yeah, I promise you can. I promise. Yeah, I promise you can. I promise you can.
Actually, this kind of works if I use it like this, because
I promise you can.
yeah, this actually works pretty good. The motion is a follow through on this a little bit. Easy Star Trek, the original series, not because of the stories, but because it inspired so many people, male and female, to go into the sciences. Even the social aspect of fictional Federation has inspired many changes in social political viewpoints. I mean, yeah, and it's, even though it wasn't, if I remember right, the original series wasn't popular. The movies were what made it popular, but it became a cult classic and was enough to at least keep the future shows coming. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of similarly like Star Wars. I don't think the first 3 Star Wars were all that great. They're good, but what really was great was the fact it was made in the 70s and it was a spectacle for its time and was an inspiration in such a way. So yes, I can see what you mean. Well, stay in Star Trek. Actually, one that I don't know if you've seen, Sunset. Have you seen? I think it was the TV series Lost in Space. I think it goes like 4 seasons. With the robot with a nice ass. That was a thing at the time. I think it was Lost in Space. I was like, I can't remember the name of the family. But like the 3 kids and the parents through like space shuttle from was it from a destroyed Earth? I can't remember. Danger Will Robinson. Yes, Will Robinson. I should have just went with that. Michael didn't like the newer release of it, but I loved it. He thought it was, he didn't like it for a good reason. The Robinsons are horrible people. Like they put everybody at risk because they're so confident in their ability to just do cool things. Like I can understand that. Yes, the Robinsons are horrible people, but I loved that show. It was great. I very much enjoyed it. That was years ago now that I've seen that. I'm not going to consider it best of all time, but it was definitely good. It's really hard for me to say what I would say is the best sci-fi of all time, especially since I'm still kind of seeing some. But if you started adding in how it impacted society, yeah, I'd probably say the original Star Wars or Star Trek, sorry. Or even if in that case, Star Wars. But like, I am a huge fan of The Expanse because I feel like it really pushed people to want more hard sci-fi. And even though it ended after 6 seasons, which was a lot, there's still a huge fan base pushing for more. They did their first comic books for Dragon Tooth, and now they have a second set of comic books coming for like There Will Be Death or something, based on the story from, oh god, I'm not remembering even the names. But they're coming out the second set of comic books. It was a Kickstarter. I already signed up for that too. And I have my little like Rossi right there. I do any Kickstarter they have for The Expanse. I don't care what it is. I'm signing up for it. Not the top package. They had one, I think, that you get to do something with the voice actor. Oh no, that was Final Fantasy had one that you could like get a sit down with Ben Starr, which is the voice of Clive from Final Fantasy 16. But I didn't care enough. But hello, Nightmation. Lost in Space, the original series, was just sci-fi fantasy. The writers knew nothing about real space science and just made stuff up. It was like the Batman shows, but more about whimsical. The newer one is better about the sciences. They definitely hand wave some stuff, but it just depends on what kind of universe you're putting the characters in. If you're putting your characters in a big enough, or in like a 500 years in the future, you're going to have a lot more hand waving. But if you're going 20 years from now, there's not going to be nearly as much hand waving.
You can.
This one I can have her do a little dip. But no making love, because that might, well, if you want to summon Michael, that would be a way to do it. She's like a cat. Like, maybe not quite that much. Now, speaking of the Final Fantasy thing, one of the Final Fantasy Union YouTuber that I watch, he did a Kickstarter for, they do these like really beautiful books based on information from the series. And they did one before can't remember what the first ones are for, but this recent one was about going through all the summons and the Guardian forces or whatever they've had throughout all the Final Fantasy series, and they do an actual like art book with like full information and everything. It's really cool. And Ben Starr, I think it's Ben Starr that does the voice of Clive. He's also loves helping support them, so he like does some stuff for like signings of the books and stuff. But I'm a big fan of art books. I have Octopath art book, Halo Infinite, also the Halo Encyclopedia, Sea of Stars art book, Final Fantasy 16, 15, the Pony movie, the 3 Ultimatums, and I think that's it for now. Yeah, I'm working on getting more. I want to get like all the Horizon ones, but those are like somebody's up to $50. I saw one at half price books, but it was dirty. And I like art books. I don't always look at them. I think it's just fun to have something that says like, I like this enough to buy something special and big from it. I've also been trying to get strategy guides from old games that I liked. I found Halo 2 and Halo Reach not long ago. Cheers, go. Fun fact, George Lucas never planned for a series of Star Wars films. He wrote the first film solely as a means to showcase the FX Studios technology. Yeah, the story kind of definitely felt like he was making it up as he went. Though I remember reading like the twist in the second, I think it's the second movie, where Luke figures out that Darth Vader's his father. Spoiler. Because it was all dubbed over, all the actors except for Mark Hamill were told that he was going to say that he killed his father, and so none of the actors knew. Only like I think 4 people knew when the movie came out what he was actually saying, and I think that is fun. Like, keep everybody, even your actors, confused. There is a video, if you've ever seen The Good Place. The Good Place is amazing. There's a video of the actors before they got to filming the end of season 1, were told what was going to happen, and I think that the way they filmed it even made it so that some of the actors didn't know even when after they did the filming, but when the actual actors figured out, they all were like freaking out. They're like, what? And it's an amazing little piece to do. So like they were already filming multiple episodes and they didn't even know where it was going until they were told, like later in filming. And I think stuff like that's fun. Mark knew Harrison Ford at the premiere. Hey kid, you didn't tell me that. Yeah, because nobody was told. Mark Hamill knew, but that makes sense because he was going to be reacting to it in some way. And so you should know. But I think it was like George Lucas, Mark Hamill, and then probably James Earl Jones, and then maybe somebody else in the recording studio. That's the neat thing when you have, and I don't think Mark Hamill was even told until like right before the shoot. Like they didn't give him much time at all to really like process that. Which I think was funny. Unless they just literally wrote it into the script last minute. Like, ooh, we have a better way to do this. We're gonna have to redo that line later. You never know. I think I'm going a little quick here, actually. I didn't test the bounce before doing it. Okay, that's fine. Was George Irvin Kershner? Well, I'm going to guess that James Earl Jones knew. I mean, he said the line. You can't say he didn't know. It's like, can you just say these multiple words and like, we'll just work it in. Well, he knew during the dub. Yeah. No, James Earl Jones, but James Earl Jones said those words. How would he not know? Because James Earl Jones is the one that did the voice of Darth Vader, wasn't it? Pretty sure. Yeah, this I thought. He had to know because he was saying the line. Like, can you say all these words like in random order and then we're just going to stitch together? Like, no. She needs to slow it down. I mean, I guess she hasn't had cookies for a few days. And she has no parents, so that's it's kind of like Home Alone when you just like sits down and eats like a whole bucket of ice cream for dinner, but then like don't feel no good afterwards. Okay, I don't need that giggle constantly. Okay, do you want to space this out a little bit? Uncle Buck was wrong. The cake is a lie. I have not seen that movie, if that's what you're referring to. I recently got Uncle Buck on DVD. Well, not recently. I guess it was probably 3 months ago, but I'm getting old. That's recent. Okay, that looks better. Eyes don't tend to just like gradually shift over something. They're going to focus on something, and then they're going to, as the head is moving, they're going to either look ahead or stay focused as the head is turning. And here I was just keeping the eyes a little behind because he's probably just looking at random things on the ground. And that leaves a little bit of, here, I'm going to drift it a little bit at the end here. That looks a little better. And then a little bit of squeeze there. Okay. I don't want to do that. Raise is about putting the one at the bottom and sad is at the top, but technically it's not the same. Raise puts it up and down. Sad is a shape, and it was just changing the shape. I think I want to have it be, if I use wide, not the best option, but it technically will give me a little bit of that eye bounce without having to lose the sad. And if I, no, I'd have to keep them all sad for this. If I go to here though, what if I go like a little bit more closed just to help exemplify a little bit more? That's not too bad. It kind of gives the eyes like a little bit of a open surprise thing here. Spread that out a little bit. Okay, now let's do the next blend. Oh, okay. Actually, I'm at the merge point. Oh, no, not. I have to do this blend. Okay. That's what I thought. I'm like, wait, I haven't done it. I still had a thing. All right. This one, I already did the dip. I definitely can do a little bit of a dip, but I don't want to do too much of a dip. And if I do, I might have this one stretch a lot longer. Not too much. That's not much dip. Oh, actually, I didn't realize it. Oh, no, I did do the legs there. It's not too much dip, but I didn't really want too much. I don't want to make it look like whenever somebody's going back and forth, left and right, they're constantly like swaying back and forth, like into a dip. Some motions are just going to be pretty flat. And so I never try to do 2 dips in a row. So that had a dip, which made sense. You're going from right to left, sir, but from right to, or from left to middle. No. But this is too much bend. Okay, that's fine. For this motion, I might do a blink. I didn't do it for the one before this, but this has been 2 seconds since a blink. Yeah, I can probably do a blink. I can't remember last time I made a horse blink. That wasn't because they were moving their head. Well, oh, I just realized I don't have the other light on. It's really gray back there. Hold on. I need to put my other light on. I'm gonna need to grab another drink too. I'll be back in 1 sec. Gonna get bright for a sec. I'm back. It's really bright. I have a nanoleaf skylight. I love it, except for it takes forever after turning it on to have it actually detect itself. Yeah, from when it went bright till then was it how long it took. So I could actually turn the colors on. I turned it blue. Yeah, before it was more blue though. I'll put my other blue light on. Ah. I know what it was. I turned that light on. That was why. I have a backlight for separating here, and when I turned that on, it lit up the wall. I probably didn't need to have to turn that way. I'll leave it for now, though. Okay. A quick blink is probably better here, but this model does not like blinks. Ugh. It's going to take some fixing. So it needs to go a little bit to the right. Okay, and then increase convergence a little bit too. No. Okay, I did, but too much. Went the wrong way before. Okay, there. The main thing I'm looking for is just a lack of white right there. So you can see here a little bit of the white right there. So even this one I want to make go a little bit to the right, not too much. One tick. That's 2 ticks again. There's 1 tick, and then a little bit of that convergence again. Okay. Yeah, that looks much better. So Sunset, after I'm done with Farscape, do you have any recommendations for sci-fi? I kind of want to like get Severance because I've heard that's really good. That's my it looks like my kind of show. That's not space sci-fi, but I'm kind of running out of 90s sci-fi. There's like X-Files, Babylon 5, Andromeda, Sequest, but I feel like they're starting to get like down in the barrel for that. And Farscape's going to take me a while. That's like what, 22 episodes a season at 45 to 50 minutes per episode. That's going to be a bit. So I never got how like SG-1 Stargate went 10 seasons at nearly 20 episodes a season at almost like an hour network television time. That's crazy. That is nuts. I don't know how they kept up on that. If you think about it, that's an episode every 2 weeks. They have to film. So you're basically filming like that. So you're trying to what, get an episode done a week? Like, just think about that. That's nuts. Like, if you want any breaks, there's not a lot after those. Yeah, for at least the ones that I have seen. Yeah, I agree. There's probably not much left from the 90s, other than the ones that are already on my list, like The Next Generation and X-Files. But those are also big. Just they're expensive. And like I go to Half Price Books, which does discount DVD sales and stuff, but I can find individual seasons, but I have that rule that I will not buy a series of anything unless I can get more than half of it in one sitting. So if it's 10 seasons, I have to be able to find at least 5 seasons at that moment on some kind of a discount. Otherwise, if I only buy 1 or 2 on a discount, now I'm going to probably be buying all the rest at a higher price, and it's just not going to work out because that's like, say I bought SG-1, and SG-1 I found seasons 1 and 2 and really cheap, but then I can never find seasons 3 through 10 on cheap. Well, now if I want to complete the set, I have to go and spend a bunch more, or I'm going to get the whole set, which included those first 2. So it's just not worth it. I like when I get lucky, I found all the Golden Girls all in one sitting. It cost me like 30 something bucks, but I found all the seasons in one sitting. Well, then, yeah, I'll pick that up if I get lucky with that. Friends, I picked up all but 1 season, but I also knew that was pretty easy to find, so I thought that that was a decent deal. It had, I think, season 7, but it was missing a disc in its box, and I was like, no, I'm not going to buy that. Though I did just find out like half of the seasons of Friends recently that were unopened for a discount too. So, I mean, the longer you wait, eventually you'll find things. Battlestar Galactica, I found for 16 bucks. The entire Blu-ray collection for 16 bucks. That was like, and it was almost in brand new condition. Like, that was one of my greatest finds I've ever had at thrifting. Yeah, the new Battlestar Galactica. The original only went like one season. It was the entire thing plus the like, it wasn't really a pilot, but they had like episodes 1 and 2 weren't really part of the main series. They were kind of movies. I think like each one was like an hour and a half or something to get Battlestar Galactica started, which actually was a great way to start. But that was included in there. It didn't include, I think they had 2 semi movies and I have one of them, but I haven't watched it yet. That was the miniseries. Yeah, the miniseries was a lead up to the series. I don't think I have Razor. I think I have like it's Blood and something. Blood and Chrome came after. Okay, yeah, I had Blood and Chrome, but I haven't watched it yet. But I think they had Blood and Chrome, and maybe it's the same movie I'm thinking. But then there's one that was going over the Commanders, like early days. The storyline is before Battlestar Galactica, but wasn't part of the show. There was, yeah, they did a TV series that was like they tried running that was talking about like stuff, life on the planet prior to Apocalypse, but I can't. Caprica. Never watched that either, but I don't think that would have had very much success. That felt like they were trying to milk the teat a little bit on the series that had a completed story, but I don't have much interest in Caprica. Have you seen Space Above and Beyond? Kind of like Starship Troopers. Focus on a single squad, the wild cards. Not bad. Got canceled on a cliffhanger. Well, see, as soon as you said that, no. I don't like those shows that, like, that's what kind of angered me about Raised by Wolves, is I really got into it and then they canceled it. Like, I don't want to start a story if I'm not going to be able to finish the story. It's also the reason, like, the author of The Expanse, James S. Corey, the duo that go under that pen name, they wrote a new story called The Mercy of the Gods. Well received, whole new universe. I haven't read it because it's another series, and I don't want to start reading a series unless I can at least get like a second book to go off of. Yeah, so when the second book comes out, I think next year I'm going to start reading it. It still means after 2 books I'm going to stop, but I don't want to read just one book, then stop, then 2 years later read another book after I forgot most of the first one, and then stop. Like, I don't want to do that. I'm playing that game. I will wait until it gets decent. I don't mind buying it when it comes out. I just won't read it until later, because there's also the thing of you're not going to have a later book if you're not getting enough people buying a book to help support and show a publisher that you want more. So I will go buy the stuff. Okay, so this is where she stops, but I need to have her kind of do her little bounce back into position here. Scoots. I need to use the line of and that's even kind of quick. Oh, I don't really want to cross over that threshold. That's fine. Red Dwarf British humor. I've heard of Red Dwarf. It's older, but I've heard good things about it. I'm not a fan of earlier seasons, but the later seasons as veteran actors and writers, the show is pretty good. Oh, I'm guessing you're writing a big text right now. I know I have to catch up on Doctor Who. I haven't seen since I think halfway through the season that the female doctor took over. She did great. Writing was horrible, but I wanted to catch up a bit on that. I did watch one scene where they had David Tennant because he took over for a while again, and I'm like, I was confused because I was watching it and I'm like, I remember Tennant being this old because it still had Donna in there. And I'm like, what? And they're like, oh, yeah, he came back for like whatever. And Donna came back too. I was like, okay, I feel like stupid. I don't care that Tennant came back. I do want to see Jodie Whittaker, I think is the one. Wow, I'm horrible at trivia normally, and I think I'm just nailing names today. Jodie Whittaker was the one that took over, and she did excellent. I also watched Broadchurch not long ago. Only season 1. I know there's season 2, but I don't really care about season 2. And the music and the story were great. And Jodie Whittaker was in there with David Tennant, and actually like a decent amount of the actors that were from Doctor Who. So, but actually the star of the show was just the lead detective lady. She did great. Very British, but that's expected. Jodie's the 13th Doctor. Yep, I thought she did great. The writing was so bad. When they did their analogy for Trump as a hotel owner guy, and it's not, I mean, I don't like Trump, but the way that they wrote that in felt so forced. It felt like they took away, they moved out of the whole Doctor Who universe to say a message before trying to jump back in. And it was such a pull out that I just did not like, I couldn't get back in. Like, it felt like they're bastardizing my boy. And it was the last episode I saw. I just couldn't go any further with it. Space Precinct, one of my all-time favorites, live action sci-fi buddy cop show, produced by Gary Anderson, the guy who made the Thunderbirds and other super marionette shows. I don't think I've ever heard of it. Is Space Precinct is the exclamation point in the name, because that sounds like Police Squad with the exclamation point, and that sounds like it'd be funny. It was thanks to Battlestar Galactica that I was able to figure out that Man of Steel was filmed in Canada because it had 3 actors from in there. Yeah, the amount of shows where you see like a director really likes certain actors, like works well with certain people, or probably is friends with them, and they just like everything you go to has the same couple people. Like anything with that's not a name I'm going to be able to know. The guy that did like Shaun of the Dead and Hot Fuzz, World's End, played Scotty in Star Trek. That guy, I know it started with an S, I believe. Well, no, they're probably not. Yeah, Simon Pegg. Okay, yeah, I got the S part right. Because I was like, wait, that's Sean too, and that didn't make any sense. A lot of his stuff has the same people in it too. Okay, so for this blend, I'm pretty sure that the whole putting the wing on Scootaloo's back, I can do the blend for Rainbow first. And then the yeeting part, I need to be careful on. So I can do this part. I was pretty sure that anyway, but I wanted to be sure. Because if Scootaloo moved, because right now, like if I blend this, it's just going to have Rainbow like pushing the wing through her. Ooh. I need to make this transition. This is going to be funky. 2012 had a couple of BSG actors in it, as well as Jackpot's VA. I know, like, I didn't even realize one of the ladies that plays the crazy pilot in BSG was in it wasn't Ahsoka. One of the Star Treks. I didn't even realize that was her. But also it's probably because I didn't watch Battlestar Galactica till later. But then I look back and I'm like, oh, that makes sense. Like I was actually looking up Claudia Black because I was like, what is she doing? Apparently after like Stargate and stuff, she just did a lot of voice acting. She did Mass Effect. She was really known well for one of the Dragon Age characters that she's reprised the role of multiple times. And what was the other series she was in? There's one other one that she was well known in. I can't remember right off the top of my head though. And I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Is she still on other television stuff? Just nothing that big. Katie, yes, Katie Sackhoff. I probably would recognize that name more than I would recognize her in-show name. Okay, so to do this, I'm gonna need to take the wing. And we're going to have to artificially, nope, that's the wrong wing. We're gonna pull it in for now because we need to stretch this one to be in a similar position to the wing folded out, and then in reverse we're gonna have the other one shouldn't be too bad because I think I copy pasted from other shots. Basically if we put the wings into equivalent positions of each other, the transition should be pretty smooth. Playback was in Ahsoka, you too. Oh yeah, I know she was in I saw that she was in Star Wars something. I was originally like curious, like who did she play in Mass Effect? Because like I was like, I don't remember which. She played the bartender, which was great. The bartender that's pretty popular that did a bunch of like weird drinks. I think the one that is like getting you puking and passing out the bathroom. And then there was she also did the Hive lady, the queen, which I would not have thought that was her at any point, mainly because again I didn't really watch those shows back then. But now when I hear the voice in my head, I'm like, oh yeah, actually that'd be Claudia. When I was young, like the stark black-haired ladies were my thing. So like Claudia Black and whoever played Underworld, like those were the hotties of me growing up. Oh God, this is not gonna go well. I'm gonna have to probably transition this one a little early because I still got to stretch this to like wah. Yeah, wah. This is oof. And it still technically needs to go to like, I'll go a bit further than that. All right, Scootaloo, take my strong hand. Take my strong hand, Scootaloo. She was one of the Green Mothers. I have not seen Ahsoka yet, or I'm probably saying that wrong, but I have not seen that yet. I don't have Disney Plus, so and so I haven't actually like gotten around to watching it yet. I have seen season 1 of, I forgot what it's called. There's a guy from Star Wars Rogue One. I can't remember what that one was called. But I saw that. I saw that one. I saw Obi-Wan. I saw Mandalorian 1 and 2, I think. Mandalorian was good, but it got kind of like they were just trying to force Grogu on people. Obi-Wan was good. But I feel like the one from the Rogue One guy, Andor, yes, Andor was actually probably my favorite of them, from the Star Wars stuff that came out since. There are a lot of those super cheesy disaster movies on Amazon Prime, and whenever I saw Alex Zahara pop up, I knew he was going to die. Alex was Jackpot's VA, and played a couple roles on SG-1. The one that I thought was hilarious, the actor that played in Red Green as the nephew to Red Green was in SG-1 for 2 comedy episodes. And I heard the actor and I'm like, that voice sounds so familiar. And then I'm like, oh my God, and after that, it just, I loved him. He was so good in that series. It's just those comedy episodes. Okay, so I need to turn the wing a little bit to try to put it in a similar position. It can clip a little bit because it's not going to be visible at this point. It's just making sure that if I'm going to be blending them equally, they need to be going to equal distances. If I only put this one halfway and I blend it, it's only going to move at half the speed that the other one's going to move at. So that is why I need to do that. That should be fine. It's going to get most of the way there. I'm a little concerned with this doing some pop in where when the transition happens, there's going to be blur, but this isn't going to have anything doing any blur for that area. It's just going to be like, and be there, but there's really nothing to put in that area because I can't stretch. If I move this part backwards, it's going to pull all of it backwards because it's all tied to the same bone because they're all tied to this one. I can't really, I guess I can kind of. That's not going to do much though. Yeah. Okay. We'll call that one good. And so I will bring the wing under here again. But then I have to also, actually I probably could have just done it here like this. Okay. Now I need to make sure that the open wing, which is not open. Oh, because I haven't done it here. Here is in the closed position, which shouldn't be that hard because I've done that already. So when she goes to do one, actually, why are her wings open here? Oh, because they were originally going to be, and I changed my mind. So we need to do in. No, out. No, it's too late. Let's do one. Okay, there we go. Okay, so if you go to here, okay, we're going to go to here because this one is, it has invisible, it is. So this right here, this should be the compressed wings right there. So from here to here, boom. Okay. Those wings. It's not all that close though. I'm gonna close them better. Not right wing, left wing. And I don't want to put number 1 in too much. Okay, we'll do that. That should be fine. That little clipping is no problem. Andor was peak. Andor was good. And I know they made a season 2, but what concerns me about Andor season 2 is that they never planned an Andor season 2. They just made an Andor season 2 because the first one was good, which I feel like what they did in Mandalorian. So I don't care. I know like Marvel spent a lot of time and it's like after Iron Man, just kind of, even Iron Man itself was just kind of made up as it went and it can work. But I feel like they have really went that way with Star Wars side content of they make one season of something and it kind of is made up as they went, but it's had some kind of a pre-written story. But then if it's successful, they just are like, what can we do to sell more? And it's just always not that good. You know, Cronus, the Greek god, Gould in SG1. You mean the guy that was like the glutton? That or one of the other ones? Because there was the one that was like the, oh, feed me grapes. Ooh. All right, can we blend these now? Well, no, I can't blend these yet. I have to blend the whole thing first. No, that was Nearest. See, okay, like I enjoyed SG1. Maybe it was just because I burned through it all in one go, but I don't remember like all those names. Like I don't remember Ivory Goa'ul's name. Cronus is the one who killed Teal'c's father, got killed by Teal'c's android duplicate. I can't remember that for 100%, but again, I did watch. I burned through all of SG1 in like 9 months, which is a long time, but that's also a lot of content. Wait, Cronus. Was he like a bearded guy? Okay, yeah, I kind of remember Cronus. He was kind of the big bad dude for a little while. Check your Discord DM. We don't have anything else in there. Yes. Okay. Yeah. I was. You said bearded, but then, yeah, he just had the big hair. I remember big hair. He kind of looks like he should probably just put on some face paint and stick out his tongue for Kiss. Like he could definitely do Kiss. Michael likes them smooches. All right, we're gonna probably blend her body different from her wings. Well, that's way too fast. So I do need to end this pretty quick. Like, I have to have her kind of hit a pretty hard point, because if she's gonna land the wing on Scootaloo, it means that it's hitting an object, and that object is going to be flat and hard. If I have it be where it like softens, it's going to hit it and then kind of like blend in slowly. This is where, yeah, some of this gets a little tough for doing it right. But some of this is probably going to require me going through like frame by frame and kind of doing slight adjustments to make it kind of work. But we'll see. He voiced the crazy train ticket pony in MLP. Hey, people need the monies. Okay, I like the idea of it, of she kind of just gets right in here and then very quickly yeets her. Because this part right here is going to be a very quick transition, because it's supposed to be with emphasis. But this lead in, I can have it go a little slower. Maybe like that. So I want to have her like stop for a second before leaning. Okay, I think that should be fine. Now this is why I haven't done this transition for the wing yet. I need to do some potential bounce or something, secondary animation, to get her in position, and that could affect what I need to do with the wings. And allow, last stop. The crazy train ticket pony. See, some people, like Michael's this way too. The amount of people that can remember some crazy information about like television shows. I mean, I know some things, but it's usually because if it's anything I've kind of looked up separately. Like the reason I know Claudia Black and Ben Broder and stuff is because when they popped up in SG1, I was like, well, I thought they were from Farscape, and so I looked them up specifically, so that helps remember things. But like, I don't remember shit for like pop culture references to anything. My brain apparently just doesn't have space to it. Michael can't remember like what he had for breakfast that morning, but he can remember like the hair color of a background character from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles season 2 episode 3 from like when he was a child. Like I don't know how any people do that. I can't. My brain doesn't have space for that. This transition needs to be harder. Only because if she's going to be potentially like lifting a leg and falling onto something, that means she needs to go pretty fast because she's working on gravity, which also means that where the end point here is also has to be hard. Speaking of SG1, when they spoofed Farscape in 200, that was probably my favorite scene of all time in all of Stargate. It was just came out of nowhere, and like even having some of the original actors back with their original makeup, like I died laughing. It was so good. Then Broder decided not to spoof his role because it'd be funnier. Actually, yes, having him play his the normal character from Stargate, I think would be better. I think it's good. That had to have been pretty quick afterwards because they tear down those sets pretty quick. Okay, so 200 was an amazing episode. Yes. I think it won awards as far as I could remember. Like it actually like won literal awards for just being excellent writing, excellent everything. It was just a funny comedic episode. And it was a follow-up of, was it episode 100 that they did the previous version of that, where they did the television show with like the wormhole TV show? That was also one of my favorites. They should have, I mean, the show itself already had a comedic element to the whole thing. And I know that a lot of that was, oh God, I can't remember the name of the lead actor anymore, but, the going full comedy was always great. Wormhole Extreme. Yes, those are so good. Oh, I loved it. Richard Dean Anderson. I knew it was R something A. I just couldn't remember. That's way too far up. He's put on a lot of weight, but I mean, at this point, who cares? He was a heartthrob for most of his life, and he's a dad and stuff now. Well, he probably was a dad before too, but also I like that Richard Dean Anderson is a Minnesota native that has all the Minnesota likes. He likes lakes and fishing, which they definitely had him do in the show. It's great. Okay, so when the leg lifts from here to probably about here, or as she's falling, my thought is weight's going to transfer. So I want to have her RDA ad-libbed so many lines. Something about twist. Yes, I know. I've heard he was big on ad-libbing lines, which if the actors are not only open to it, but the director and stuff is okay with having them used and put in. I think that's great. You can have some of the best, most memorable content that way. The Wild Wild West series. I've seen the movie, yes, but that was, yeah, the Will Smith movie, but that was so long ago. I don't remember much about it. I've not seen the TV series. I have wanted to see Westwood. That is actually towards the top of my list of TV series list. I know that's different than Wild Wild West, but I don't know if Wild Wild West is probably getting a little old for what I would actually want to see or be interested in. Like, I don't mind some old stuff, but that's probably getting up there a little bit much. That didn't really do what I wanted it to do. Actually, if that leg was lifting, she's probably going to, it wouldn't lean to at least stage right. It would lean to the left because she would want to counterbalance her weight differential. So she would probably actually do something like that. Yeah. That actually feels more realistic. It's about balance. So technically, at least these two can probably be locked. Dom DeLuise basically ad-libbed. Ad-lib looked like a dibbed on my side. Like I'm not wearing my glasses, so it's just enough that the L next to the I just looks like two eyes. Adibbed. Everything during his guest appearances, and Christopher Judge could barely keep a straight face, which is the one character that needs to keep straight face. Dom DeLuise actually was great in there too. That's why there aren't many scenes with them together. Also, there's The Adventures of Briscoe County Jr., starring Bruce Campbell. Has a sci-fi story driving the first season. Show kind of jumped the shark after they resolved the sci-fi story arc. Oh. I only know Bruce Campbell from one thing, and it's being Bruce Campbell. I don't think I've seen him do or anything else other than to be Bruce Campbell, which includes being Ash. But that's just being Bruce Campbell. I did enjoy Ash versus Evil Dead, the TV series. I felt like there was a couple episodes where they kind of pushed things a little further than they needed to be in certain aspects, but I still very much enjoyed it. It definitely ended abruptly, but I did have fun with it. I'm not a fan of horror, but I feel like the Evil Dead series tried to be horror, and even the first one was kind of horror, but it was more comedic. But the whole series is about more comedy than it is horror, and I think that's good. Except for the new one that came out like a couple years ago. I think that Bruce Campbell was the executive producer on. I heard it's actually really good, but it is not comedy. It is just straight horror. But I heard that was actually pretty good. Bruce Campbell guest starred in Hercules and Xena as the Prince of Thieves. Yeah, there is no role that Bruce Campbell can't go into that he isn't just Bruce Campbell. He's just known as being the Bruce so much that any role you put him in, he's typecast as himself, which in those cases can be very useful. So, but he's amazing. I love Bruce Campbell. I wouldn't say Bruce Campbell's that great of an actor. He just plays that character so good. And I think that it's the fact that he's only an okay actor that lets him be that right amount of awkward and kind of over the top in certain ways. And I love it. It's led to, like, Bruce Campbell is amazing. I love everything he does. And so I was so glad when they said he was going to be doing the Ash versus Evil Dead stuff, because it was just like, he's back. Okay, so, well, this kind of works. For one, they do need to bounce back a little bit here. Ooh, this is going to be a little rough for the feet. I'll figure it out. She doesn't really need to bounce too much. I can't go full to the end though. I have to have at least one frame that isn't. I can probably blend this little bit here, this little bounce back. But I need to. The hooves hit here, and they need to be at the end spot, which means. Oh, actually, this should be too bad. It's only a tiny bit, so it's just like boom. Oh, one more. There, two more. That looks fine. Okay. Tom's son were all over SG-1. Peter DeLuise directed a bunch of episodes, cameoed and voiced Loki. Michael DeLuise played Nick Marlowe, Colonel Danning in the Wormhole Extreme spoof. And David DeLuise was Pete Shanahan's Carter's fiance. Ah. I remember the fiance. So right before the end, before the legs hit, so they land like right here. I'm going to say 2 frames beforehand. They have to be up a little higher because I want them to like come down a little bit harder on the land. I don't want to make it look like she put her legs in the right position to land and then just fell on them flatly. She needs to be like actually catching herself. Well, actually, turned out perfect. I thought I'd have to do that a couple times to get the timing right. No, the timing is great. Tony the Tiger would approve. Okay, so landing wise, it's a little forward for the back leg. So we're just going to move it back because it should go straight down. More tech. There we go. Okay. Legs doing pretty good. Hello, Wobble Master. We're talking space sci-fi on television and streaming. I heard that there's Adult Swim is picking up something new, like a spin-off something. My news things are gone. What was that? Oh, it was Rick and Morty. They're doing a spin-off from Rick and Morty covering the government office or something. The White House during the Rick and Morty universe. Which is interesting. Bruce also got a short-lived series called Jack of All Trades. Plays the part of a Revolutionary Era spy who does a kind of Zorro hero thing. The main bad guy is a dwarf version of Napoleon. Okay, so it's a comedy. Okay. Also, have you seen My Name is Bruce, the movie? Bruce plays himself, freaking hilarious. I have not. I didn't really watch much television between probably like I would say, or like series television between maybe 2008 and 2018, like that whole 10 years, I really watched nothing. I did a lot of like the Daily Show, Colbert Report, early, like late 2000s, early 2010s, after work and stuff. But most of the stuff I just did was on the internet. I didn't actually watch anything. So, and I didn't really watch too much even before 2008. So I'm doing catch up. That's why I'm going through all this sci-fi stuff, because I'd seen random episodes, but never a whole series. So I'm trying to do a lot of that because I don't absorb media too much. I like watching YouTube and stuff that was spur of the moment, whatever. Serious content, it's a little harder for me to like want to sit down and just watch something for 45 minutes or a half hour. It's just, I don't do that very much. I'm getting a little bit more into now because sometimes I'm demotivated to do anything. And anytime I'm like that, just sitting down, like watching an episode of Farscape or watching all The Office or something, that's when I was doing that. It was when I was just not really into anything else. When I was younger, it was more of MMOs and other time wasters. That should work. Bubba Hotep played as an Ella Presley in a retired home. It was to battle an ancient mummy that sucks victims' souls out through their butthole. What kind of television are you watching? Did you just ask ChatGPT to write you the synopsis for us, like some weird television show? Because it definitely felt like that. It's not porn. It's a movie. I didn't say it was porn, but you said it. So that could probably work as a porn. No, hey, baby. Want to get up in the butt? The eye got blended. It did. Didn't really want it to blend. Actually, being a blending, maybe this weekend. I'm not sure. I'm gonna try making peanut butter, which sounds like it's a simple thing, and it is. But this I'm gonna actually try doing it. I had at the farmer's market the last weekend. I picked up some really nice peanut butter that was like peanut butter, green apples, cinnamon, and honey. It's really, really good. But then I'm like, it was kind of expensive. And I'm like, how difficult is it to make peanut butter? And it's like, oh, food processor and peanuts. Oh, I can do that. I have a food processor. So I'm going to try making my own peanut butter. And I'm going to try making regular peanut butter, but then I think I'm going to try mixing some stuff into it to try to make some fancier peanut butter. I like peanut butter. I just don't like all the crap that goes in the regular stuff. Like even you try to buy the all natural stuff, it's expensive for one. And then the oil had separated so much from it by that point that you're doing it that I have to spend like 5 minutes just with some kind of a spoon or something, bending it a ton, trying to get this stuff mixed with the oil back into it. It was like, why don't I just do it from the beginning? So I'm gonna try to make my own peanut butter. It's like $4 a pound to buy peanuts. That's pretty cheap. I mean, when you actually like grind them down, it's probably going to make, you know, a little bit less, but for how much peanut butter I can see I can make from that for like $8 for 2 pounds, it's probably going to be quite a bit. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to make peanut butter. It has the ingredients of peanuts and you're done. Easiest. Well, and a little bit of salt. Yeah, a little bit of salt. I did not get salted peanuts because that would make it way too salty. Okay, so I'm thinking rainbows have her eyes open. Oh, here's one for you. The Martian Chronicles miniseries. Humans colonize Mars, which is already inhabited, mostly drawn with an organic aesthetic. I do kind of, well, it depends on what you mean, organic aesthetic. I kind of like the sci-fis where like technology and organic, like that's why like Farscape is great because it like kind of missed high tech and or like living creatures where your spaceship's actually alive. I kind of like that kind of stuff because it creates an interesting dynamic for like if the ship's being shot, it's not just taking damage, it's actually hurting something, so you got to treat it differently. Or when they were having to remove like a tracking device from Moya on Farscape, and they had to literally cut it out of her nervous system. Like, yeah, it's interesting take. Though I can't believe I forgot this one. Oh my god, you're just ripping them out of nowhere, aren't you? How many of these are like from God knows how long ago? Okay, so here I'm going to just go, I'm going to put a little down. I'm going to offset the motion, which normally I would recommend not doing. Don't have one thing doing motion and then another thing offsetting the motion. That's normally not good. It usually leads to anytime you want to make any changes, you're making changes to one, but now it's not acting correctly because something else is doing something else too. It's screwed me over a lot. In this case, I just don't care enough, which is also probably the worst reason to do it. But Alien Nation TV series. Was that the one where there's a bunch of aliens like living in a town and in hiding? Because I think that one was just canceled, wasn't it? Direct's been out for the same title novel movies, kind of like Stargate. Okay, maybe not the same thing then. Because there was one like that, like I think it was like Alien Town, where it was like a town of like aliens or whatever, and 1980s. Okay, yeah, then that's not more recent. It was a more recent one that was just canceled. I think it went like 4 seasons. Which at that point, I mean, you had your run, but still. That's why there's so many series that are good and then they get canceled before they can tell their whole story. And I think that's stupid. I feel like they should go in there saying, we can write a story that's either 2 seasons, 4 seasons, or 5 seasons. And you have to let us know after season 1 which direction we're going, and so that they can plan for an end point that works. I am so sick of streaming services doing this thing where they greenlight a project that has a nice, interesting story that will take a while to tell, and then they never get to finish it because the ratings were just slightly under whatever. But then they're going to go and they basically word it in such a way that it blames the audience. Like, well, it just wasn't getting enough people. Well, then why were you greenlighting it for such a long story? Like, you should at least have some like out plan of like, okay, if it goes 2 seasons, we have to cancel it at the end of the 2nd season. We already have a budget pre-allocated for doing a movie to complete it or something. It so frustrates me because then it just ends up the audience gets angry and then they're like doing some petition to get things to continue, and it rarely ever succeeds. Expanse got a couple more seasons because of that, but it still didn't finish the story. It just, oh, I hate that so much. Either that or just write your season content for streaming services for 2 seasons, because that's usually the most of the green light. It's so stupid. Streaming services piss me off. That's why I did the Plex thing. I don't like how streaming services handle crap. It's just stupid. Nope, an alien ship landed on Earth. The aliens are a slave race. Ah. Okay. Now, okay, so the wings need to be blended. I have not done the wing blend yet. Let's do the wing blends. And actually, I probably should, well, they actually did get accidentally kind of blended. They shouldn't have been, because now they're kind of not in the right position. That's fine. Oh, it's over here. Oh, it's supposed to be kind of like, it's, I'll keep it there. It's not really supposed to, but I'll just do it for now. As long as exposed. Well, okay, that looks right. The show is a buddy cop show. What is with you and buddy cop shows? With Sergeant Sykes, a racist a-hole with a heart of gold. Those seem like very contrary things. He's a super big asshole and he's super racist, but he's really nice. Well, yeah, if you're not like on the other side of his racism. Little stupid wing. And his partner George Francisco is an alien. The show explores alien culture while solving crimes. You know, I was going to give you a bunch of crap for all these shows just doing weird crossovers of sci-fi with solving crimes. But I've been reading Asimov, and the last 3 books have all been about a detective solving crimes with a robot. So I can't really I can't really judge. I didn't know that was what it was going to be about, though. I was going in there for foundation, and I ended up leading into just like weird robot things that talk a lot about like robots and humans doing weird, funky things together, surprisingly. It is a really, really great series, and it has novels that build out the world a bit more. Don't know if I'm going to go that far. So that transition is not good. Well, kind of. Let's see. Okay, so if I lower this one down, it would be fine. So that's not too bad. But in this transition, both of these, this is why I wanted to do it this way, need to lift up. Because technically it's supposed to rest on her. That actually doesn't look too bad once I blended it. Yeah, I believe. Yeah, that transition still a little bit rough, but here, where does the transition happen? Right here, right there. Okay. I want to make sure it's locked in at that exact point. Ouch. Okay. So the middle point is going to look like this. That's actually pretty decent for a blend. So it's going to go from here to here to here. This middle point puts this wing straight in the middle of the other wing. Perfect. That is the transition I would want. Capture is always a good staple TV show premise. You can slap any other genre into it and it can be a success. They did that with a zombie. They did a zombie crime show. But the girl just looked normal. Like I didn't get that one at all. I can't remember what that one is called and looks so stupid. Like they don't know I'm a zombie because you're just a normal person. If you're acting normal and you're just like Bertipper going about normal life as a zombie, you're just anorexic. Like it's just iZombie. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. I've not seen it and I am not the person to judge it, but it is stupid. Hello, Skunk Vector. Why is the chicken sad? Here, I'll show you what we're working on. It's an anthology short. Anthology is going to be coming out this November. Going to be premiered at Ciderfest, but they'll be on YouTube probably the day of. And we're working on a short for it. So this is what I got so far. Yeah, I watched the first 2 episodes and lost interest. It looks so stupid. Like, let's have a hot zombie. Everybody likes zombies. They like the vampires, and they want to do the vampires. So why don't we make a hot zombie? No, it's well, for one, it's like necrophilia, but also no, it's so bad. Anyway,
You ready?
Ready for what?
To jump.
Wait, you can't be serious. I'm not gonna jump.
You can fly, just like me. You take a big deep breath, you step off, and your body will just do the rest. It'll just take over.
But I can't fly. I'll just fall right off of here.
Hey, buddy. You're gonna love it. I promise.
Nothing like you. I can't fly.
You can. I promise you can.
it's funny.
Promise you can.
Okay, I don't need the audio anymore. Quantum Leap was about a guy stuck jumping through history and landing in the bodies of people in history, and he had to make sure events follow their recorded course. Has a strong Christian feeling behind it. That one I own. That one I found every season of the original, not whatever they did for the remake. I found all the original on DVD. So I have all of Quantum Leap. I've watched some, and I found it interesting concept, though it ended up always, for some reason, popping up through history within like a very narrow spectrum. But still, I do own that one. I haven't watched it yet, though. Oh, I see. Yep. So he's being thrown off the roof. The audio is from The Boys, I think season 3. We're working on getting the rainbow part done. And now we have kind of the rainbow part done. Technically, like here, I would probably have her little wing bits. What's the closed ones? I don't want the right one either. I think it was these two. They would be like the last to kind of flop down there. I don't know if I want to have them flop. Or if they do, they have to do it quicker. Yeah, that'll work fine. If I have it delayed too much, I need to still whip her off. And if it's taking too long for them to settle, it's going to look a little weird when she is yeeted. Sliders with about 4 people less in a multiverse via portals that allowed them to slide from one parallel to another, which also, okay, I had a problem with that concept of like, why is your portals always happen to be at the exact level of land? Like, how does your portal know that within that alternate universe that also happen to have the planet in its exact same rotation around the star without any changes to it, was exactly where you needed to walk out of to be like at walkable distance? Like, that's my whole problem with like teleportation and everything. But I have wanted to go back and see it a bit. Because if I find that one, I will try to pick that one up, because I remember watching some episodes. I remember like there was one episode where they're trying to get home and he ends up having somebody that helps him get home, and he actually does get home, but he would need something to prove that that is the universe, and he uses like the squeak in a fence as determining whether or not he is home, and there's no squeak, and he's like, this isn't home, and they leave. But then somebody comes out, they're like, thanks for fixing that fence. What is the chances that they fixed the fence the moment that he was there? Like, I know it was a plot device to make it like, oh, look at that thing, but like, it is like the chances of it literally being seconds away. No. They kind of addressed the situation in the show, but they tended to land on one another. Well, yeah, but that was still like, you're not like 800 feet off the ground or in the ground. I can understand maybe the technology like was able to open the portal in some area on the other universe that was always above a certain amount of land. But one, how could it detect or figure out where it was on the other side without opening a portal? So, I mean, if it was like detecting a spot, it'd have to open a portal and then go, oh, ground's down there. Okay, let me close this one and reopen down there. No, that doesn't make any sense either, unless it's like whipping through space-time, which at that point you're just like probably killing people. It just doesn't make any sense. But again, sci-fi has some handy waviness. I like when shows do it right, 100% right, but some of it, you know, if you want to make cool things, you gotta kind of be like, whatever. Like I want a character that can teleport, but then use like, they teleport and they can change where they are within space and time, but by doing such they can take advantage of like the angular momentum that they've built up on the face of the planet at a certain rotation to like then exit at a slightly different angle to have that rotation at a different angle out of the portal to like kick somebody or do like a cool thing. Like that'd be kind of neat, but no. But even when they try to do that in Marvel with like Ant-Man, they're like, haha, he maintains his same mass when he's super tiny. But yet when he like punches people, he doesn't like cut through them, which would happen with that much mass and that small. It would be like a knife going through the head. No, it's like a punch. No, it's super tiny. It would like probably do some damage, but it wouldn't punch him. It would like literally blow a hole through things. Like it just doesn't make any, yeah. Smallville was a WB show. I hated WB shows. WB is evil. They cancel shit. I'm so glad I'm a fan of MLP. That is everybody here. Though Michael, that normally sits here, he is gone today. He is he is a super fan, but he is celebrating his birthday in like a cabin out in the note somewhere. All right, we're gonna try to see if I can just blend these two and just make it work. So this needs to be really quick. This is probably too, yeah, this is probably too much time gap here. Oh, I don't want rainbow for that. Just scoots. Because I need to make this a really quick blend, and then whatever this is, I can stretch that out, but it's probably going to be pretty quick. Third Rock from the Sun. I have that one. That one is great. We were watching some episodes of it, but I haven't seen all of it. It's a sci-fi backstory and theme, but it really has nothing to do with sci-fi. They show nothing sci-fi. It's just really weird people. That's all it is. And I love it. It's such a good show. Plus it is like the guard lady that's like the big beef lady, but like she's kind of hot for that. Cause she's like, she could definitely like crush you. No, Third Rock from the Sun is one of my favorite sitcoms that came out in, was that late 90s? Probably late 90s. It was a good one. My parents used to watch it too. You just binged all 4 YouTube movies last night while excavating Minecraft. Can you binge all 4 movies in one evening? Okay, I guess I'm thinking like probably Lord of the Rings that you couldn't do. I feel like an hour and a half. That's still like 6 hours. That's a lot of movie. You actually watching them? I'm pretty sure you were Minecrafting. I have this, like, I like doing the thing where you like watch something at the same time, but I would focus too much on it. Anytime I like put a movie or a TV show on the side, I end up just watching it and not actually playing anything. So I just don't do it anymore. If I listen to podcasts or something. That's about the most I'll do. Okay, so the wing does push a little bit strong, but that is fine. I can work with that. So it just means that Rainbow is working a little bit fast for how far I am throwing scoots. I can probably slow her down a little. Scoots is getting moved a little bit quick. Again, I can adjust the timing on that. Well, kind of actually. Yeah, I will have to slow her down a little bit. Actually, if anything, I'm just going to put it here so that I get the contact, and then I'll just early blend Rainbow so that she doesn't, because right now Rainbow has like this little stop bit where she kind of like stops. I don't want that. It's like a little wobble. Okay. I feel like that's not fast enough, but this is already one. Okay, let's look at the frames here. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to do 1 blend of this, but it's just because this is going to blend in with it too. I'm going to see how this looks. Okay, for 1, this doesn't go straight. She kind of just weirdly goes whatever. I can fix that. It's speed that I need. Too fast. That feels like the right speed. Okay, probably still a little fast. Well, that's the right speed. Now that feels like the same consistent speed across the board. Okay, that's good. Scootaloo. From right, so the transition point is right about here. We're going to have her just rounded here, just to kind of like blend that out a little bit. Her hoof is locked and it's causing problems. As soon as she starts moving, okay, not rotation, but position. Position should not be changing for any of these. Rotation will. Okay, that's fine. There's a Japanese show called Red Baron. Oh my god, I'm not gonna remember all these. You've made my entire idea full of sci-fi. No, I'm not gonna remember any of them. Cheesy as hell. But as actual appeal, very low budget, same villain actors, different ways to disguise their faces. One hero got oil on the butt of his pants, and the rest of the entire series he had to wear the same smudged pants. It sounds like poop humor. That's Michael's thing for sure. Well, the mounting I was doing was mostly just spinning my mouse in a circle and occasionally turning, so I didn't have to focus on the game. Oh, you're excavating. Okay, so you were like, I remember doing creative mode where I was trying to build some stuff based on a pattern on something, and sometimes it was like, all right, so I'm going to be placing this block in creative mode for the next hour and a half. Ooh. All right, so here she does kind of get flattened out here, so we probably want to have her, where does she get flattened? It's right about here when she starts getting flattened. So we're going to spread this out. We're going to have her get up a little bit. What part is it that's moving? The pelvis? Good. Oh, I can actually see this is where the flattening out happens. So the flattening out. Oh, no, the flattening out is, that's a sideways thing. Oh, no, that's fine. She should be going sideways. Oh, kind of. Not really. Should probably be going more this way. The problem is you can see that she's starting to get like right here. The camera is starting to become a problem. I can fix that. That's easy. But it's something to consider. I kind of like her getting that close, but I will have to fix that. Okay, and then the up is going to be 100% just the Z. So, but I'm seeing her constantly changing from this point. Oh, because she starts moving down. Oh, okay. So we need to have it so that she's moving a little bit more up to here, maybe. Okay, that might work. I like that she's kind of covering up everything because it really makes it like the coming at the camera aspect. I like that. British show Blake 7, group of rebels against the galaxy spanning empire. Yes, I've heard of Red Dwarf. I don't think I've heard of many of these others. Okay, so this is when she's on Rainbow's back. To here is when she's done with the push. So in here, she's kind of getting to her position a little quick. So we're going to spread that out. If anything, we're going to slow it down so that I think this is the right speed. I think I just need to put the wing in the right position. So from here, so it's this frame to this frame right here. I need to do a transition. So this one right here. So this here. Yeah, that's where I'm seeing it slow down. I need to put the wing at a higher position. So I don't really need to see that she's constantly still pushing her, but it should still be like, not clipping in her body or anything. Kind of. Actually, she needs to be much further forward because she needs to still have the oomph. Scootaloo's wings are going to be a little bit of a problem here. Okay, so this needs to stretch a bit more. Just kind of show like the oomphness. Scientific term. Okay, so from here to here, there's now an issue with her wings kind of not being in contact. That's why I said some of this is going to kind of be frame by frame. Okay. And then from here to here, let's go to here. Her wings need to still be a little bit up on, let's say we just wing 2 and 3. Oh, no, we're doing 2 each and then 3, 2, 3, 3. She throws her, but it now feels, it feels sluggish. Like the initial push should be a little quicker. So we're going to grab both of them. So this initial push, when she just starts getting kicked right here, we're going to take the first, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to, oh, that guy did something weird. 4. I'm going to merge that down to 3. And then we're going to take the next 4. No. Let me see how that looks. I think I can work with that. Let's go. Rainbow needs to have a lot longer of a drift on her pose here. Socks. Hello, Socks. Hello, Sky. Forever Night was a really, really good show. See, now you're just like Googling it. I know you're Googling it. You couldn't remember any, and then now you're just like throwing them out. Highlander, the series wasn't half bad. See, you're Googling for sure. You're 100% Googling. I'm gonna say you definitely have seen these, but you're Googling. I'm not. Yeah, well, suddenly out of nowhere, you're like, oh yes, I forgot all these amazing ones. Definitely Googling. You said it like a Valley Girl. I am not. Wikipedia. Okay, so you're not Googling it, you're wikiing it. Did you just like Google or not or just do a wiki dive for like obscure sci-fi? Okay, so it technically has a little bit of clipping at one scene, but I can get away with it because the clipping is is happening mid-frame. I don't see it on the frame, and that's where it actually matters. I should see what the blend looks like though. This, I'm just making sure that all like looks fine on. I will have to probably modify a little bit how she's like going into that whatever position, because her eyes like go thin, then all of a sudden some don't. Like that's goofy. Oh, her eyes are doing that because she has 6 skins, but her eyes are on 3 of them, repeated 3 and 3 because of her cutie mark having one of the skins. So like, I think no, because her cutie mark is still looking fine. How is her cutie mark not going away? I might have done an override on it. Would it work to have me not have her go like immediate on the crazy eyes? Because technically this is going to have a transition that looks like this for her eyes, that you can definitely tell there's like a weird eye transition thing happening. I could have it be where there's a transition of here where she's touched, and then she's like, oh my God, Rainbow touched me. She's already starting to blur there, which is actually convenient. And then this, which is a little better. Yeah, I might do that. It's kind of like a weird transition thing to the eye, but whatever, it works. Hello, Niski. How was... I'm going to ask how first week of work is, but I got to go like full week. I need to go grab more booze and use the restroom. So I will be back in a second. And I haven't used this in a while. Where is it? Yeah, we're gonna do I don't know if it's playing right. We're just gonna let it go. Okay. Okay, I'm back. Breathless is working, yes. I don't hit that button very much because normally when I walk away, Michael wants to do evil things. So I just kind of like let it be. First we good. My brain is tired from all the learning. It also sounds like you've done a lot of not learning though. So by the year 2000, I pretty much lost interest in all the sci-fi broadcasts by that point. There's a lot of new sci-fi on like streaming platforms that's really good. I really enjoyed like kind of enjoyed Raised by Wolves, though it got better, then they canceled it. For All Mankind is really good. I really like For All Mankind, and Foundation was also really good, and I do want to watch some of the new ones that are coming out. And there are other ones, but I just like Severance is not space sci-fi, but it's still sci-fi. And so like there are a lot out there I still want to watch. You're watching Reading Training all day today. Super fun. Exciting. Yeah, so there's clipping there, but let me double check my... There we go. But there's no clip in the visible. Her wings, I think, should pop up only later. Oh, that's why. When I blend it, it blends all the things. Technically, there should be a frame where she's transitioning to like open her wings. I don't think it matters because like, if anything, I could just like put this one here and then just do her like, it's so quick that I can kind of get away with doing this one cheap. Like, yeah, that's all that is. And then Yeah, this is the way I should have done it. It's good enough. Like, I don't care. Then we put that one there. Okay, now I can transition. Because like this one, and I've done this with the CMC before, they are the best for transitioning with how their wings look. Like look at this. I mean, the blur. Let me actually modify the blur. It's not what value it should be. I usually, there's a certain value you're supposed to use for camera blur. I ignore that and I just do minimal. SFM only does, yeah, it's running at the 24 FPS motion blur right now. I think it only can get down to 0.08. Because you see it blur now. I think if I go to 7, okay, it'll still show. There's a certain point where it breaks. Yeah, there. Now it broke. It won't go any lower. I think the reason that I do 0.008 though is the break point is based on a lot of factors, and one of them is resolution. I'm not running in 4K mode right now, but when I switch it to 4K, I think that it increases it. Your brain broke? Why is your brain broke? Yep, and I only have about 1/8 of it done. Yeah. This wing popping up, since you can't actually see the entire side, this one means that this transition frame is still going to look like this. It's going to look like it popped in. I'm good with that. This one, I want it to be nice blend. Okay, so this shutter speed, the problem is it's a per shot thing. And you can definitely tell, like, so this is the motion blur with 0.008. This is the motion blur with 208. There's a lot less defined lines on everything, because you're essentially going to about 1/3 the amount of motion blur, and you can go without motion blur, but the problem without motion blur is it really feels artificial. Your human eye can't keep up with everything a lot. And so motion blur helps connect things. If two objects are moving between two different points, the motion blur helps cross over one motion with the motion blur of the previous one to make kind of a blend where it definitely feels like they're moving more realistic. And your eyes are going to see blur too. But on a screen, that's a little different. And so it's not like you add motion blur to a flat object that has animation moving on it. So that means I should go technically through, there's another way you could do this too, and modify all these to be equal. And actually, because of her going in front of the camera here, well, I'm on this shot. Oh, that's right. Okay, so it technically is still right there, and it probably is a little bit right here. No, actually isn't. We're just going to drop this value. Should be 28. 25. Oh, I am looking at the wrong camera. I need the camera from this shot. I'm still looking at the camera for a different shot. So let's try 28. There we go. So this value is setting up, actually, you can't see it. This value is setting up your Z-near is where your camera literally stops processing things between the camera and it. The only real help for it is for quality of objects that overlap very closely. So for instance, for those that haven't seen this before, I'm going to go an extreme example of it. There's fog in here. Might be a little hard. Oh no, I can probably get away with it. Where are they at? Okay. So you see at her eyes that they're kind of doing that like weird, janky, like, can't get any closer than this. Like wobbliness. That is because the textures or the models have very, very closely overlapping textures. And at a certain distance, things start getting difficult for the program to figure out which one's kind of in front. And it's usually based on, like, if you have a very wide view that it's processing, things that are very small get rounded off a lot more and become a problem. And so this Z-near helps bring in that range a little bit to help with that rounding error, and it helps significantly. You might not think that going from like 5 to 30, especially when 28,377,000 is the other number here. But you're technically getting rid of, in terms of like the doubling, the exponential distance increase, you're getting rid of quite a bit. So, like right now, this is what it would look like with a zoom you're never going to do. This is like an impossible zoom. This is literally max zoom before you start going reverse. This is what it would look like. But if I were to set this value back to what its default is, which I think is just 3. Look what this looks like from this distance with an, like, if I were to go to that crazy distance again, that doesn't look good. You don't want that. But this actually does start causing problems even at pretty decent zoom. So like you can see back there, that roof and that plant back there is starting to flicker. You don't want that. So the recommendation and what I normally do is that as soon as I open a file, I'll change this from 3 to 30. That will get rid of that issue on almost any zoom that you'll use and in almost any situation. The difficulty is then though, that your camera cannot get to a certain distance. So now when the camera is this close, which again, I'm having to go pretty wide angle to get her to be in view, you're going to start getting stuff cut off. So if things are going to start flying really close to the camera, you have a problem. But you can always just change that value like I was going to do in here, so that in this case where it's getting cut off in this little bit right here, you can just change this value to a little bit less and be fine. And if you need to go a lot less, well, for one, why are you putting stuff that close to the camera? But you can, if you really needed to, you can try to like decrease the Z far instead, but eh. Trying to train. Are you training to be a fortune cookie writer? Confusion say avoid elevators near Taco Bells. Oh, I get it. That took me actually a little bit. I get it. Wow. That's not a fortune. That just seems like something to live by. I like watching Hank Green stuff. And he had a video recently where apparently he stays in conversation with the guy that runs Technology Connections. And that guy had purchased a freeze dryer before. And he asked him to freeze dry all of Taco Bell's menu and send it to him so he could eat Taco Bell's menu freeze dried. And he did. And it's interesting because he's like eating tacos with no water in it. And they look like taco, but when you bite into it, the whole thing is just crispy, like ultra crispy. But I think he's like, at the beginning, he's like, that's actually pretty good. But then by the end of it, he's like, oh, I don't feel so good. Like, and it's not, I mean, it's Taco Bell, but it was also like, you're eating a lot of food without water, and your body normally gets a lot of its water from food. And his body was just kind of like, I need some water. But it was very interesting. I think it was on Hank's channel. I don't want to like, I need to do the mouth and everything for her, but I'm kind of waiting and doing that. Because I need to do the audio and I'm trying to figure out all the other like details first. I feel like Scootaloo actually through here, being with how she got thrown, would probably have her like a little bit of rotation. Problem is I don't want to have her rotating the whole way, but at least for right now. Problem is I'll lose visibility of her face this way. Yeah, it doesn't really feel like it's any different. There's a little bit of clipping going on here, but how's that look? I can get away with it. I think my problem right now is she's flying, but as soon as it hits about right here, her back legs just stop moving. I think maybe having like a little bit of uppy motion. Like here. Okay, and then when she's at here at this point, it feels a little flat here. Let's see if we can maybe, thought maybe the blur would hide it, but I think I'm gonna put a little bit of the up. I changed this to offset because if you change it, I know pelvis is already directing her direction, like, yeah, the direction she's going. And if you have that on the normal, when you do rotations on that, it's going to like adjust the trajectory to have a bend too. I don't want that, but changing that to offset, it makes sure that the rotation is separate from the position. Okay, that does feel a little better. Having her have that little bit of extra like rotation added on top there. I think I might move it a little further and then add a little more. Yeah. Yeah, that actually feels a lot better. It's 9 o'clock already. Wow. Technically, our wings kind of go up, then back down again. I'm gonna. Where's Rainbow's wings? If I look, I bet you right at the spot I'm at, it kind of looks a little weird. Yeah, I can see an up motion and then a down motion. We're just gonna take these two, kind of round them a bit. Yeah, that helps. Gets rid of that clipping too. there's still a little bit of a wobble, but like you can see that there's like a wobble between different, like in between frames and stuff. That's not gonna stay. It's all about what frames show, and the frames show a nice flat bit. The motion blur might mess with it a little bit, but I don't care. Okay, so when Rainbow goes to push her, she's probably gonna have a little bit of oomph. And then the question is, she hits the bottom right here. Do I have her do a little dip? It would require modifying the wings on Skulu, but wouldn't be too bad. Wait, where's that one again? There we go. Like, whoa. Light speed. She's got other things locked. There we go. Actually, from this point forward, it really doesn't matter having the left anything locked. Not left. Right. Maybe one in more. Oh, it's a little bit weird. There's this little like goofiness right here for the dip. That one's not too bad. But I do like the little bit of a lower push. This looks like little feathers. I like it. It's not going to be like that in the final, but I have to transition this pretty quick. Because audio wise, I can't, if I cut too late to her falling, it's going to be like she's already hitting the ground by the time I do. So this needs to be kind of, oh, that's just her pelvis. That's not what I wanted. This is split now, isn't it? Yes, it is. I can probably actually cut this earlier, like in the middle of Rainbow transitioning back to like a standing position. Yeah, I can probably actually cut this like more like here. Which is good, because that means that I can back her up a little bit on that fall. I like that. Because right now she's off camera and then it still goes, was that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's essentially 1/4 of a second. Doesn't sound like that much, but if in 1/4 of a second during a fall, depending on the fall, is like a full story. So that's why it's probably better that I do move this a little earlier. Having it so that it's pretty quick after she leaves camera might actually be better. I think I can do that. I think anything earlier, because this stops at the point where she's like mid move and is just starting to come back. Where if I start having her come back, then I'm kind of leaving mid animation, and that's kind of weird. So I like having it be that she's kind of at the end, starts the movement backwards, and then I can just have her finish the motion here, which means that I do have to worry about the transition between the two a little bit more, where before I was going to kind of just cheat it and have all the transition happen here and then not have to worry about it there. But whatever. Okay, her upper face, she kind of gets like squeezy on the eyes here, but she should be squeezy like kind of for a not quite like that. Let's do like this. So she opens up, she squeezes a little bit. I'm in the habit of using that screen. She squeezes a little bit, but then she starts getting her eyes wider, and let's have her get a little wider right before, and then right when she goes to throw Scootaloo, she should be doing like the squeeze, like she's trying to make a poop. Okay, and then she's wide-eyed, like she doesn't realize how big of a poop it was. Like, wow. Okay, this is fine, but the amount that it goes is way too much. I'm going to round it so it'll still happen, but it just won't be as drastic of a motion. Let's space this out. This leg lands. That doesn't feel right. This little ending bit right here, this probably was my little last minute change for whatever. Because the way I feel is these legs would probably have been moved more to where they're going to go earlier. So I'm going to try, let's do this one, and no, not that one, this one. Oh, they're not locked. Yeah, that feels a little better. it feels like they're kind of moving over there. Like, so by comparison, this compared to that, it's just like they're getting ready to be in that a little bit more in the fall. Like she's prepping for it. I also feel like maybe should there be a little bit more of like a preparatory something here? I forgot what the 12 principles calls it or whatever, but it's the ease in, ease out. I feel like for the motion, because she's just kind of going in that way, the fall is just her lifting her legs. I don't think I need to do it. Sweet Alien Nation, the TV series, and it's made for TV movies, are available on YouTube. Usually that means it's old. Like, I really want to buy the Red Green series. You can buy like a box set for like, I think it's like $55 or something for like the whole thing. But you can also watch the whole thing on YouTube. But YouTube is no different to me. Like, it was better then, but it's no different than like Netflix and Amazon Prime and like Paramount Plus and Peacock, whatever. In which things can disappear, but if you have a physical copy, you can't. So I want something so that I don't have to worry about it going poof. Physical media can still disappear because like disk rot and all that. I have definitely opened up, especially I think it's WB. Was Warner Brothers had a bunch of discs that they made at one point that apparently something was wrong with them, that they were suffering disk rot way earlier than they should have, and they were offering, I think, replacements. But yeah, I've had many discs at thrift stores I went and looked at. I'm like, nope. Like, it's only got a couple years left. Like, it was definitely in the middle of some nasty disc rot. And I know that anything you get is going to eventually have that problem. But once it's on the server, I don't care. It's more to me about, I like my DVD wall because I'm a 90s kid. It reminds me of something I came across last night. Have you heard of GOG Gaming? Yeah. I forgot what it stands for, but yes, I know GOG, owned by CD Projekt Red. I'm going to see if I can do something here, but it's probably going to be or not. Actually, I kind of like it. There, I know GOG is big on, you can download a copy of a game and then have it forever. Essentially, it's trying to get rid of that whole, like, you don't own games thing. Like, on Steam, you're not buying a game, you're buying a license to a game. But I trust Steam a bit more for what it is. And maintaining a local library of games is a lot harder. Like downloading a bunch of movies is one thing, but like maintaining a copy of Final Fantasy 16 is like trying to find a way to like keep 120 gigs of something not locally. I'm not gonna do that. Okay, so what I did here was I just made it so that her body churns a little bit more with the motion. It's not much, but what it's doing is it's making, you can see like her chest here is transitioning a little bit better, the weight and motion. Because technically, the way I would see it is if you're shifting all your weight to that side, you would be leaning your body into it, and that's what I'm trying to make it look like. I just didn't want to redo other stuff, so I just did a rotation of the body and inside. I came across a video when I was watching a video. Oh, you never heard of it? A guy likes to make physical copies of games on SD cards and he 3D prints special cartridges to embed the cards onto. Yeah, because basically you get a copy of the game, like a local executable type thing. That makes sense. I've never bought anything on there before. I've gotten keys for stuff on there. I've just never really done anything with them. I have even more keys now. We gave away a bunch like a year ago, and I have more. I need to do something with them at some point because like a lot of them expire in the next year. Like, can I get on Google Sheets on my phone? I don't want to pull it up on screen because it's got like, what do you call it? Just give me a blank sheet. Like there it is. You still have a copy of Dark Tide, Guardians of the Galaxy, Griftlands, Pacific Drive, Dome Keeper, King of the Castle, Risk of Rain 2, Played Up, Darksiders Genesis. I think I have a copy of Psychonauts and Deus Ex. Still, Dust, Hitman Elysium, Monster Train, Tribes of Midgard, Legend of the Keepers, BPM, Bullets Per Minute. It's a pretty good game. Cassette Beast, Not for Broadcast. Like, I have all those still. And I think a few of them expire within like the next year. And so I need to start to, the problem is I feel like I'm going to give somebody a key and then it's already going to be expired because some of those are very old. So like, but I need to start doing something with them. We didn't start doing giveaways. Just, I felt like the last time we tried doing that, it was very messy trying to figure out a way to make it random and whatever for people wanted. I tried to set up some random number thing and it didn't work. We'll figure something out. But I want to start getting rid of some of those because I just have so many. A lot of those are from Humble Bundle. Humble Bundle does the thing with the choice bundle. And like this one, I haven't redeemed this one because I already own that game. So I didn't want to like add it to the list yet. But I don't know. Yeah, it has until next year. And I have a bunch that are like that. Destroy's a roguelike, kind of like with a little bit of platforming, like Hades. But like anything that's new I keep, but anything else I already have. Like Bolt Gun I got new, and Dungeon Hindenburg I was happy about. Evil West I gave to a friend because that looked like more of his game than anything. Shadow Gambit actually looks really good. Dredge I already owned. Actually I skipped this one. So you can skip a month. I skipped April because I already owned Dredge and I already owned 1000X Resist. And at that point, some of the big games I already owned. So I just said no. Why have I not redeemed these? Oh, I think was March like a month where they kind of like said, screw you. Yeah. They added a bunch on Origin. And I was like, really? I don't give a shit about it. Ah, here's GOG. I didn't redeem it on GOG though. It might have had a Steam key at one point. Maybe it doesn't anymore. Sir whoop ass. But yeah, so I need to get rid of some of these keys. That's why I have extras. So we'll have to figure out a good giveaway at some point. I think before, what was it, like every so many gift subs we were doing? I can't remember. Did a whole thing with like the body shifting up to make it look better, and it's all behind Scoot Blue. Okay, Rainbow's eye is not actually like she's looking at kind of her, but after this, she's not actually looking forward. She's kind of looking at the camera like, ha, look what I did. That's a little better. One thing I read about that's interesting to do, like I was trying to figure out like how do you make your own SNES cartridges, because there's people that sell them on like Etsy and stuff, and a lot of them are you figure out the layout of the game, because there's multiple different layouts of how they could add the chip and the memory and everything, and then you find other games of equivalent and you buy those games, the cheap versions. Like if you find NHL like 97 was made or something, you know, the really cheap ones that you can buy for like literally a couple bucks at a store, as long as the layout's the same, you can buy the chip that the whole thing runs on, and then you can get a flasher for it, and then you buy the ROM, flash it onto that chip, and then just resolder it onto the new board, and voila, you have a new like game running on an original cartridge. And apparently that's what some Etsy people do. I think they might do some 3D printing for some different cartridges, but that one at least looks authentic, and those are the ones that are really hard to tell, like, am I buying original or not? Because like if you go to like a store, are you buying a rip or are you buying like an original? Because some of those, like if you want to, I think Michael bought Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in Time for like $70. And no, I think you're talking about a 60. But then it's like, is it authentic? Is it original? Are they going to know if it is or not? I mean, obviously the sticker that's coming on there, you think would have a certain look and feel, but yeah. Because we got some mod cartridges for the anything with a cartridge, SNES, NES, Genesis, and 64. Bought them when they were on sale for last Black Friday, I think. And then I loaded like every game in existence on them. So, because they take up no space on an SD card. And I still trying to buy all the originals of games, but then we can just kind of play anything. So he bought that game and then we can do whatever. You had a software that would randomly draw from those in active viewing. Then either myself or Sir Edward would direct message them to offer them the code. Was it a software? Because I think I did something from random thing. I tried to do something within StreamerBot and it didn't work. It's really hard to test things like solo for stuff like that. I think I might have actually used Streamlabs, that one thing, but I really don't want to do Streamlabs anymore. I was trying to make it so that it wasn't just like picking a random viewer. Because like, for instance, if I go on StreamerBot, I can see Sunset, Kite, Soul Kitty. Hello, Soul Kitty. Hello, Kite. Iron Fox, Lunar Star Pony, Mary Mare, Niceski, Togu Society, Wobble Master, and then some name I can't read are all here. But so it's going to be a large number of people that are in there. Haha, lurkers, got you. that are there, but I don't want to have it pulled randomly, because then you're going to be including people in a drawing that's something they may already have, or they're lurking and they don't want to actually participate in the conversation. And I don't like that. I like people opting in, and that's where it gets hard. Yeah, StreamerBot tells me everybody that's here. Like, yeah, I can see every name. So Soul Kitty, I know you're there. You're just being super quiet. I lurk a lot. I am only a lurker. I don't like social media. So like Twitter and whatever, but even Discord, I really don't chat on those places. Even like text message, I just don't message people. I don't like that medium of conversation. So if I pop into a chat, other than when I raid somebody, even then I'll just say hi and then like disappear. I'm not one to just talk and things like that. I'll go and watch, but I'll just lurk to hell. I'm like 99.5% lurker. I don't really watch streams or anything. That's why when people pop up with new features, I'm like, what the hell is this? How does this work? It's been there for 2 years. I don't know what does this do. I am the boomer of Twitch. I remember back in my Justin TV days. Actually, I don't remember Justin TV days, but I was back in the Justin TV days. I think I'm just kind of trying to like delay her head a little bit without it making it feel weird. Because right now it feels like she's doing a little bit of neck snappiness. And that's fine, but it's a little better. It's just, that's the second cookie today. I gotta stop filling that plate. I'm gonna delay her eyes a little bit too. Oh no. What is it with cookies? I haven't really thought about that. Horses and cookies. Probably because it's like a sweet confectionery snack that is adorable to consume, and Michael has somehow just convinced me to make horses eat cookie. Cookie Derpy's been around for a long time though. I can't even remember who invented Cookie Derpy. It wasn't me. It was somebody on Jackbox during Quiplash. So I could bend the neck down, but in this position, it really is not going to matter whether or not I bend it down or just jam the head into the body. Though this, good thing Michael's not here. That's it's not what I was going for. Like, hey, wanna go fast?
No smooching.
They weren't smooching. She was just whispering sweet nothings. There's a difference.
No smooching.
I had a feeling I was going to pop up a second time. That frame right here. Or no, not right here. Right here. A little bit off on the wings. Not 32. I want 31. Go to like here. And then we'll bend these down. So 33, 32, 30, no, 33, is a little bit off. Do that. But now this one is off. Let's do, oh, that's gotta be a 31 fix. Okay, so how does at this frame, it's fine. At this frame, technically, I can probably lift that a little bit to be like that. To at least have it where the feathers are slightly off. So motion blur at this point is going to look like that, and then like that, which is fine. What is... that show? Yeah, there's a little bit of extra clipping down here. That I can probably hide because I believe there's another main bone for the wings down here. I don't think it's 32. I think it's 21. Yeah. So that clip right there is also there. Let's try to hide that one. Okay, that's a little better. If I smooth that, does it actually affect anything? Yeah, it gets rid of it. So, let me round. This is between frames, so that's why it doesn't really matter. But I might as well clean it out. I came across a picture on the TMNT snack pies earlier and was trying to find a way to make them. I could do it, but I need to ask a bakery for some supplies. Why does you can't order them yourself? Somebody on, I don't remember actually who, on our Discord posted something about the, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles cream pies. And I did send that to Michael. And he was like, oh my God. He wants it was from Always Sunny. So that was definitely a later episode. I am like 3 seasons behind in Always Sunny. I think there's only one more season I can even get on DVD, and then after that it's only on streaming, which then falls into my category of I will acquire as I want. I'm just looking at this wing, like, you know, I'm gonna check Left wing. If I were to move it earlier, that'd be a good thing. So like this is the transition here. It's not as good, but this isn't good either. So like, okay, if I move it one earlier. Okay, so the transition then is, that's not bad. I think the worst part is right here, but I might be able to kind of adjust that. I feel like though, well, this isn't a great transition. At least is okay, especially since this is the next one. So if you think about it from like the line here, this is the top line of the wing and the bottom line. This is the transition. It's not that far off. So I'm thinking it might be okay. It's just that this wing looks a little goofy if I don't do it that way. If anything, what I can probably do is up through here, I can take this closed wing and let's put this one up a bit. Up a bit more. Actually, that might be perfect. If anything, maybe if we do boop and then boop. Okay, it's a little better. It centers it, but then these feathers are pretty equal. So now that actually looks pretty decent. That's not a bad transition. I will be okay with that. It is a little weird that you go from like the feathers are here on one frame to 2 frames later or 3 frames later being all the way over here. Buddy. The filling is Bavarian cream. Nasty crap. I have a history of it. Bavarian cream. I think that's pretty good. Donut shops and bakeries have buckets of it. The glaze is internal sugar, industrial sugar glaze with a hardener to give it that shell-like quality. Again, bakeries and donut shops have them or can order them for you. What about we bought everybody's happiness? I can't buy enough. I was going to say, but even looking at the game, I thought that was going to be Against the Storm. I keep wanting to go back and play that, but I like when is I think it's the 31st. Is when bats come out. Where's my bats? Oh. '31st. Yeah, it comes out in like 6 days. So like if I'm gonna go back and play, I'm gonna wait for bats. That's such a good game. Okay, let's get Scootaloo's facial stuff done here.
Promise you can. Promise you can. Promise you can.
There's a little moment right here with Scootaloo. Right here. You can see that she doesn't move at all. I mean, you should fix that. Usually the best way to go about that is to just, so she's moving that way, is to just kind of keep her moving that way. So you can see if we can blend it, but it might be too much. And it is. There's still a little bit at the end that doesn't really work. I can try blending in a little bit of something else, but that might be a little much. It's actually not bad. Actually, that's actually pretty good. I'll keep that. Okay, now we'll grab here. And I think I'm going to have her do like a more of a frown bit here. Let's let like lack a little pucker instead of just always adding pucker. And then instead of opening, we'll go more closed and do some lip bite on there.
You can. Promise you can.
I was going to say, is she going to talk beforehand, but taking her mouth's open the whole time, so good enough for me. Okay, so there is no freeze moment for Skulu. We're good on that. And we get rainbows done. How to do that chuckle? Easiest way to do it. Let's see what he does. How does the voice actor, or that voice actor in this case is actually an actor, how do they portray his little giggle?
You ready?
That's just the audio. Well, that's nothing. Do I not have the video? Oh, I probably only extracted the audio.
Father.
Oh, okay, that's too late. Thank you for the file, Lime Dreaming. Well, hello. Okay, so it does have the T show a little bit. But it's otherwise laughing through it. And is he laughing all the way, like, did the T show afterwards, or is it just the laugh? Okay, so for the breathe in, it goes away. This scene brings me back so many fond memories of my childhood. Well, like the actor didn't, but they could have added in post or anything. There would be there has to be something. The problem is movement on the chest. The actual movement of it requires locking bones, and I try to shy away from that if I can. Just because it makes it, if I have to do any motions in the future, it could like smooth things out and break things. There is this one, but that's like the big booby button. I don't know about that. That's for butt. Because if I just do this, that's the wrong one. Actually, it can kind of work. The second one should be smaller than the rest. So like this one should be a bit bigger. I'm not gonna do any more motion on there. I'm kind of already locked in there. Whenever some kid got too scared to jump off the roof to land on the mattress on the other side of the wood fence, one of us would distract while the other kicked him off. Fun times. Is it a poop mattress? Hello, Jurassic. Okay, so I'm probably gonna have to move this up if I really want to have the look right. I had to do some locks first. It's just neck and the two legs. Okay. I could probably, just to a small amount, also utilize because the neck does go out a little, or that goes out a little bit, but you can definitely do this a little bit. Yeah, that actually does kind of help. Actually, it should go along with this motion. And let's actually, not breathing. Let's increase that by quite a bit. Okay, maybe not that much. Let's go to like, let's go there. Only because I still have to do it in other spots too. Okay, and then we'll do it up higher, but not quite as high. And then figure out the timing on the last one again. Space it out. That. So it's minor, but it's a little harder to tell now because I'm not, or how the frames are running. But there is motion. So I think that should help. I don't know poop mattress, but we did drag them out the trash, and they were pretty nasty looking and smelling. But hey, they let you bounce. Yeah, that could be just mold. Why do you know why they taste? Wait, why do you know what they taste like and that they are strippers on the weekends? Just chatting. Oh, okay. Any of the really, really, really early quotes that didn't really have an assignment, I think that I got as a list from Sir Edward when transferring things over, or in the transition that didn't have a game. Some of them didn't. Okay. We should breathe it in, so this one kind of going with something for it. One more tick upwards for the eye. No, that's too much. One tick. Come on. There it is. Really no doubt to something Michael said. Probably. He's around a lot. I haven't heard from him in a bit. I messaged him the other day because he's been watching Venture Brothers because I picked up the whole season because whatever at some point, and he bought the movie from it, and so I got it on there, let him know, and I asked, how's it going? He's got his phone has so many notifications and stuff that pop up from random apps that he never uses for advertisements and everything that it's so bogged down that he can't read anything. And I'm like, you can block all that stuff. He's like, it's literally his whole top bar is just covered with notifications. So if I text him, it gets lost. If I message him on Discord, that usually ends up being a better chance of a message going through because he'll at least go to Discord and then see there's a message. If I could, I think the best way would be to just put on Derpy Bureau a message to him as an image, and he'll probably find that quicker. Okay, well, I don't think we're quite done with this shot yet, but we are at time. But we're pretty damn close. I think, I'm just going to do this quick thing here. Rainbow's eyes follow, but the thing is, her eyes aren't following Scootaloo correctly. Like, okay, so her eyes would technically be following Scootaloo from like here. And then Scootaloo would, at least as far as I would assume, be falling in some way. So her eyes would be going down a little bit. And then let's just assume a little bit to the side. Yeah, that's way better. Yeah, now it actually looks like she's following her moving, where before it wasn't really following her doing anything. They got eaten by a bear. What day is his actual birthday? Is that today? Because I feel like in some ways you would feel it was just a godsend to be released from this mortal coil to a bear. Actually, if anything, you probably want to be eaten by a horse because you are what you eat, and then that horse would become person. I believe so. Yeah. Yeah. So if he got ate by a bear, I'd hope it's today. Because if I guess tomorrow, then he's already 40. At least today, you know, you can say he's like in somewhere in between. He died before he got there. Yeah, we'll see. I don't like that now. My message string with scope is just going to have some weird hairy hairband guy, just whatever, there forever. All right, we're done. We're going to pass you guys on. Only 4 of you. It's so weird. Like we had like 25 on Tuesday and then we had like 4 today. I don't know how that, where people go and come from. Actually, I want to see, is that accurate for the number? No, see like this, wait, maybe if I refresh it. Hide not present. Yeah, it says 4, but I'm seeing a lot more than that. I'm not seeing Soul Kitty on here. Soul Kitty must have been like, ah, shit, he knows I'm here. Oh, wow, we got a lot of people on right now. So we did retro just before. Jay's playing, no, he's playing horse game. I thought I was playing Atlas. I think he was playing that before too. Disco Elysium. Yeah, he was playing that before too. So we did the raid on them pretty recently. Aurora Fangs just doing more art. Star Song's really dangerous. That is not art. Damn, I just had a thought. Argo, you will have to ask Michael this unless you already have. If a flesh-eating monster was chasing you and Derpy, and the only way to escape is to feed one of you to the monsters, the other can escape. You save yourself and doom Derpy, or sacrifice yourself to agonizing death to save Derpy. Why would I have asked him that? Like, there's not many. I mean, that sounds. I already know the answer. Michael would save Derpy, 100%. But also, he probably wouldn't be in that situation because he would just be like locking her in a basement, unless he's the flesh eating thing. Well, who knows? But I know that he would rather die because it's Michael and he's like sad and stuff. Where you guys want to go? Do you guys, Jay going to whatever the horse thing is. I mean, I guess that's the thing nowadays, is this like weird horse racing thing. Though it just, I always want to know where, like, what does their skin look like underneath the hair? Like, because they got the ear there. Do they have other ears? Or is it like like just a big old flat piece of the head? Like, I have questions. He's not even reading what they're saying. Yeah, we'll go to Anime Girls for like all the weird people here. But like, look, he's not even listening to what they're saying. I thought this was about like waifu land. He's like, no, shut up, get out there, make me money. Wow. These are just the conversations you have on stream. I just can't imagine how weird things get off camera. We're probably more weird on camera than off, but Mike, I'm not able to raid Jay. Hold on. I might have to fix this. Maybe it's like, no, you can't raid Horse Girls. Yeah, we can't raid Jay. What else is on here? Well, hello, Michael. We're done. Bye-bye. Sunset wanted to know if you like about something about flesh-eating horses and stuff. Aurora Fang's doing art. We can go to Aurora Fang. Yeah, it's letting me go there. Yes, happy birthday, Michael. You're old now. I heard you were eaten by a bear. if you could please send next month's rent before he digests you, I'd appreciate it. Oh, and thank you for live dreaming and Winnow O for the follows. And we will see you all on Sunday.